Yeah, boy, we live. What's good, man? Waiting for Kenny to get in here. He'll be here soon, hopefully. Who knows? We had an in-office meeting today. Literally have not had that since the show existed. At an in-office meeting, which I love when we have in-office meetings before the show. And then we get alerts that like Von Miller was traded and Zion Williamson's out 2 to 3 more weeks, and all of this stuff starts happening, and it's like, yep, in-person meeting happening right now. No good. No good. Twitch folks, what's good? Yo, hey, Twitch folks, I got Twitch. We've been looking out. We are part of the affiliate program. I don't know how this stuff works, Bryce, but you should have the little emoji joints now. I don't know what I'm supposed to do with that, but like we're big time over on Twitch now. Big time, huh? Again, I don't know what any of that stuff means, but I know Twitch, they gave us the good love. They gave us the look. Yeah, Derrick Henry out. Yeah, all bad. Yeah, we set up in there, Bryce, so I'll figure out how to make all that stuff work, but you might be seeing some commercials over there on Twitch. You might be seeing a few things. So and I'll figure out how those emotes work. And see, we're looking out for the folks on Twitch. Come on now. We got your back. Ben had your back. Told you that. Man, there is so much news. Jesse, don't let me forget all this stuff that happened while we were in that meeting. I got to make note here. Derrick Henry, Zion, 2 to 3 more weeks. I'm missing one. Von Miller traded. Yep. Von and Jameis. I think Jameis is already in the notes. I think Jameis and I think I preemptively knew they were in trouble, so I'll put those in the notes. But yeah, I hear can it connect? Yeah, they literally. Is that a Deuce? Is that what that is? That Deuce right there? So can we get D-Lo and KC cartoon joints up there? Is that how it works? I'll figure it out. Man. Okay. I don't know what that means, Bryce. TAHN. I don't know. Oh. I was in MAGA Town, DLoYikes.org. Yeah, I don't know what that means. Man, how about your boy, Josue? Okay. He's out there getting that run, man. That was a hell of a job by him. He looks like a knockoff Carson Wentz, and I like him a lot more. Yeah. Hey, what it do, baby? What's a Monday vibe without a little Monday rush here, man? We welcome you in here to the November 1st edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling. He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Now, come on, man. We missed you on Friday. Let's do this right. I'm Damian Barling. He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Right. Are you mad because the Kings lost yesterday and no Drake bars?
I actually am mad that the Kings lost.
Well, you should be. We should all be mad the Kings lost. But I mean, are you particularly upset because your Drake bars got some attention? I can't tell you how hot I was yesterday. Sarah Hodges calls me and say, yeah, here's what we're going to do for, the sports extra and blah, blah, blah. And she goes, okay, wait a minute. So every time the Kings win, Kenny drops a freestyle? Nah, bruh. That's not what we call this. We don't call it Kenny dropping a freestyle. And I told you, like, all right, y'all gonna make me root against the Kings, huh? Okay.
Hey man, it sweep the region. It sweep the nation over the weekend. Drake bars after Kings wins are Mando. Now, I thought about this.
They was looking out for him on Friday night. Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. I thought about this because, you know, the whole thing with the Drake bars is, you know, Jesse plays a rejoin, and that's where the bars came from. I don't just go around rapping for no reason. The rejoin, the Drake bars take over me, and I just start spitting them during the rejoin. Well, obviously there's no show on Saturday, so there's no rejoin to rap to. And then I was like, well, they did win on Friday. Yeah. So even no matter what happens on Sunday, you know, I got to give them that win. But no.
That's right. That's right.
After if there was ever any question about what I want more in life, a great 49ers team or a great Kings team, it was answered yesterday. Because the Niners won. We'll talk about that. Niners snapped the 4-game losing streak. They won. They beat the Bears. Bound now. They beat the Bears. Once again, I'll say they beat the Bears. And I still wasn't happy because the Kings didn't take care of business.
Yeah, they didn't.
So that answered any question that I had about who do I really want, you know, really getting you know, all the flowers and all the great things to happen to them right now. I definitely want the Niners to have great things happen to them. But more, I want the Kings to have great things happen to them. So I was in no position to even think about Drake bars yesterday because the Kings lost. I don't care what happened on Friday. Well, I do, but still, they get no Drake bars because they lost.
Well, let's dive into it. But also, just a show note, just out of curiosity for your boy, is Flipside ready today? I just want to know, like, do we got to wait till tomorrow? Do we got to wait till Wednesday? Or is Flipside done today?
Like I mentioned earlier, the 49ers beat the Bears. If you didn't hear me, I said the 49ers beat the Bears.
No, we got you. I asked you, is Flipside ready today?
If the 49ers beat the Bears, which they did, you'll get Flipside today.
Okay. Wow.
Please believe that.
So we got 49ers get the win. We get Flipside on Monday. Not Tuesday, not Wednesday.
Y'all don't play me like that.
We get it on Monday.
It was one time. It was one time. Those other three losses, those other three pathetic losses, I came in here Monday ready to go.
Yeah, no, for sure.
And it wasn't even my fault last Monday. Sure. Tuesday was my fault. Now I will say that. Tuesday was on me. That was on me.
Okay, buddy. We'll have Flipside along the way for you, man. It's been a newsworthy morning. Zion Williamson out 2 to 3 more weeks.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, did you see the video of him on the court?
I did.
I thought it was. I didn't think it was real at first. I was like, wait, is this altered? And then I heard the sideline reporter. I was like, oh my god,
man,
this is bad. So Zion's not playing. We point that out because the Sacramento Kings, the New Orleans Pelicans, coming up on Wednesday. Of course, they got a game before that on Tuesday in Utah, and they had a game yesterday. Obviously, they got the win on Friday against the New Orleans Pelicans, as they should. We're going to attempt to tie everything we saw this weekend all together. Of course, we'll talk a lot about the 49ers victory as well. But we will start with your Sacramento Kings, who fell yesterday 105 to 99. It scores a little deceitful as Richian Holmes hit a 3 as time expired. But panic's getting louder. De'Aaron isn't playing particularly well, even in a game where he scored 20-plus points on Friday night. And this is where, you know, stat hose can really catch you off guard, as Morgan Reagan, TV's Morgan Reagan would say. I don't think De'Aaron played particularly well on Friday night. The frustrating thing is he played even worse yesterday, but the Kings collectively played poorly yesterday. They dug themselves in a 17-3 deficit. They were able to fight back. I think they briefly took the lead in the fourth quarter. They kind of hung around, couldn't get back over that hump, man. And a Dallas team who, you know, call it, you know, bitter beer face, but they didn't play particularly well. I didn't think they were threatening. I didn't even think they were particularly good. It's just the Sacramento Kings were worse, and they walked away with an L, and they're sitting at 500 right now. They're sitting at 3-3 with the fan base a little bit worried over their star player.
Well, so there's a couple things there's a lot that's going on. We got a lot to talk about. Okay, we just
got 4 hours to do it. That's the good news.
So when you talk about the Kings in general, they just lost yesterday. They just lost. I don't think they necessarily played a terrible game. Obviously, they didn't shoot the ball well at all from beyond the arc, and that's essentially where the game was lost. You can't shoot that poorly from beyond the arc and expect to get a win. It's just not going to happen. What was the final numbers? It ended up being like 4 or 20 something, right? But what was the
from 3?
Yeah, from 3.
Oh, it was 7 of 36.
7 at 1 point. That's what it was. At 1 point, they were like 2 of 19 in the fourth quarter, or not shooting in the fourth quarter, but up into the start of the fourth quarter or something like that. They were 2 of 19, hit a couple late, but it just wasn't enough. Like they just, it wasn't enough. So, like I said, I don't think they played terrible in this game, but when you shoot as poorly as they did from beyond the arc, it's just not going to happen, right? So there's that. The other thing was obviously how they started the game. I mean, you're putting yourself behind the 8 ball already when you start the way you did in that game. They were down 20-5 at 1 point in the first quarter.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of game left, and that showed because they were able not only to get back into the game, but literally take the lead at 1 point. But you just can't put yourself behind the 8 ball like that. That's unnecessary and bad job by them. The last thing that I think about when I think about this game as a whole and the team as a whole is at the end of the third quarter, or somewhere in the middle of the third quarter, something like that, Luka comes out of the game. The Mavericks go on a 14-6 run. They ended the quarter on an 8-0 run, which was a killer. It was a 1 point game, I think, with I don't know, probably about a minute and a half, 2 minutes to go. And they allowed the Mavericks to end it on an 8-0 run. That was tough. That was tough. And there are just little moments like that, little pockets in the game like that can be the difference sometimes. Even with all that, it got to a 2 point game in the fourth quarter, late in the fourth quarter with about four minutes to go. So we're still right there. Like I said, I don't think they played particularly terrible or anything like that, but they just left enough on the table.
That's where the Luka logo 3 happened. Yeah. And then they turned the ball over seconds later. And all of a sudden they went from being down, was it 2?
I think it was 2
to down 7.
Yeah.
Just
that was your ball game.
And it was over. Just in a split second, they went from 2 to 7, and like everybody knew.
Yeah.
That's it. They couldn't score points quick enough. Yeah, they shot horrible. They continue to be reliant on someone bailing them out. And more times than not this season, that someone has been Buddy Hield. And Dallas game plan for Buddy Hield yesterday. Like he was their number one. Okay, this is what we're going to do. De'Aaron hasn't done enough this year. Go ahead, let Harrison rock. Let Harrison do his thing. But we're going to deny Buddy Hield.
Mm-hmm.
And Buddy had to work. And, I think Buddy is like a big in a sense where, how they used to say with big men, like, and I don't mean like a big on every team. I'm talking about the Shaquille O'Neal type big men, the Dwight Howard types, the Anthony Davis types, the guys who could be really, really dominant. You got to give them the ball early. Yeah. You got to let them work. You got to let them feel the leather. You got to let them do their thing, or they're going to stop working down there. They'll get anxious. Buddy, I think, is the same way. When defenses are game planning for him and that shot isn't there, I think he gets anxious. And I'm not talking about the shot falling. I'm talking about the shot taking.
Mm-hmm.
When he can't get that shot off, you can almost sense that desperation to just, I'm going to get one up. I'm going to get one up. I'm going to get one up. And he took some contested shots. And I mean, he took a limited number of shots because he just didn't have any space. But he couldn't bail them out. They tried, and they couldn't. I felt like they couldn't deviate from the game plan, which seemed to be shoot hella threes. It seemed to be what it boiled down to. Stick to the three, stick to the three, stick to the three. There was never like, okay, you know what? We ain't got it today. We're still in position in this game, though. We have shot like hell. We've defended well enough to be in this game. Let's alter our strategy. Let's try to get we had some things cooking with Tristan Thompson. Let's try to get some things cooking with Richian Holmes. Maybe we put Tristan back in. we need to talk about Mo Harkless as well. We need to talk about that 4 position, and we're going to do that today. But no, that wasn't the plan. Stick with the 3. Give Buddy that shot. If Buddy ain't got it, hell, Harrison Barnes will get it. If Harrison Barnes don't get it, hell, Mo Harkless took 3 threes, for God's sakes. We're going to find somebody to hit this 3 for us, and it never happened.
Yeah, and that's unfortunate. And then that's what comes into the other thing that we need to talk about.
Mm-hmm.
That's number 5.
Okay.
We need to have a talk about number 5. I'm sorry. It just needs to happen.
Well,
that's my guy, or whatever the case may be. But a conversation needs to be had about number 5.
Well, let's have that conversation. Let's talk about number 5. Let's talk about De'Aaron Fox. Let's shout out our man, Pete Youngman. Pete, the trainer, who's at a layover at MSP. I think that's Minneapolis, St. Paul? St. Paul Airport. Right. Yeah, trying to make their way back. And he's listening to D-Lo and Casey.
Or something over the weekend. Yeah.
We appreciate you. We appreciate you, Pete, the trainer. Always good to know that you're out there listening. Stick around, Pete. Stick around, everybody, because we got to have a conversation about De'Aaron Fox. You'll hear what Luke Walton said about De'Aaron as well. Is all of this panic warranted? Or should everybody fall back a little bit? We're just getting started. We're with you for the next 4 hours. It is a 49ers Monday as well, brought to you by City Center Financial. Refinance today below 1.99% APR at 1-866-GO-CITY-6. Back with more D-Lo and KC here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. All right.
Hell no. We ain't going that far. No, sir. Oh, boy. There we go.
So I'm shooting a text to our Kings insider.
That reminds me, I need to shoot a text too.
So we're just
you guys don't mind us. It was a busy, yet I thought productive morning. I enjoyed it, but it was just out of the norm.
Mm-hmm.
So you'll see us doing some stuff here.
Yeah, we're kind of same. Yeah, same. Hey, by the way, the gold collection is out, man. I was the gold has some unique colors, and you know, for dropping it on a Friday night, it sold pretty well. Like go peep the gold collection, and I mean, there's a Celtics color joint out there. There's 49ers colors out there, man. Go check that stuff out over at DLoandKC.com. Yes, I was really happy with how the gold collection came out. Really, really happy. Y'all need to stay. Ooh, Miss P got a delivery today.
Hey,
Miss P, I don't know if you in here, but this is real life, Miss P. That is one of one. You are the only person with that hoodie.
Actually,
it's crew neck, but you're the only person with that crew neck. The only one.
I got a delivery on Friday night.
You're going to be the second person with that crew neck, but no one else will have.
I didn't.
No, you will get it.
I'm just saying. I unrelated, kind of related. I got a nice little delivery on Friday night. That 49ers edition joint.
Oh,
yeah,
okay,
man.
Okay,
yeah. Big fan.
Good stuff. I got a delivery coming today. Unreleased joints. I was sharing with the crew on Friday when you weren't around. James is going to join us in the 3:00 hour.
Oh, okay.
Is that good? Oh, wait, is Jason on today?
I'm waiting for confirmation.
Oh, I couldn't remember if he was doing it weekly or not.
Yeah, that's the plan.
Okay.
But
I'll text James back. That's all right. That's my bad.
well, we ain't heard yet, so
yeah, we could have them both on. Shoot. Okay. I was thinking Monday, Wednesday, Friday.
That'd be cool too, though.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Wait, you said Jason Anderson slid into the DMs? Oh, it's D'Lo and KC. Sorry, D'Lo and KC. Yeah. Oh, this is his column. I didn't see this morning.
Okay.
Oh my. These aren't good. These are not good. Yeah, these are not good. No bueno. Oh man, my mom's playing tricks on me. Dun, 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 dun. I don't even know what that means, but I don't know why I saw that and it made me laugh. Oh, man, it is a 49ers Monday brought to you by Gilmore Heating, Air, and Plumbing. You get more with Gilmore, and we welcome you back in here to D'Lo and KC. Lots to talk about, man. Some of it's uncomfortable. We're going to talk about the San Francisco 49ers. Of course, that's a great source for comfort. What a coinky-dink. Flip side with KC is ready today. It's the San Francisco 49ers get the win.
The Bears, man.
Hey, and I think
the Bears.
Okay, come on, man. You got to settle down. I think correct. Same record. Y'all got the same record?
No, they got a worse record.
Oh, do they?
Yeah.
You sure?
Yeah, positive.
Oh, 3-5. They're 3-5.
They're
You're
worse.
3-4. Okay.
Worse.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay. You're right.
absolutely.
My bad.
The funny thing about it is, I mean, I ain't even really tripping. There's a lot the 49ers still got to show me. You know what I'm saying? To make me feel good.
Mm-hmm.
And this is the energy I would come with if people weren't using them thumbs. If people weren't typing in the chatty house.
Oh,
I really would have just came in here like, hey, it's good that they got off the schneid, got a win. But now they got two tough home games up. They haven't showed me nothing. They haven't showed me anything. That's how I would be. But
what is a schneid?
I don't know. They say it.
Oh, you just
when you get off the losing, you're on the.
I don't know what a schneid is.
I don't know. I really don't know, but they say it all the time.
Okay. All right. Well, they're off the schneid. And they're winning. You can't be mad at the Bears fans in the chat house for being Bears fans. But we'll get to the 49ers and the Bears.
We just talking.
Boy, you smiling today. You ain't smiled like this in about 4 weeks. I don't know what it is.
Time, man.
Yeah, you up here. You up here grinning ear to ear.
I was looking for that perfect Sunday. Couldn't get one last Sunday.
Get that.
Couldn't get one this Sunday. And ironically enough, it wasn't the Niners' fault this time.
Got a Kings roundtable coming up in the 3:00 hour, mostly because your boy, that'd be me, is an idiot, and I forgot that Jason. You all right over there? For those watching on the stream, you good?
I'm positive now. I just, I needed.
He was like untangling himself there for a minute. For those listening on the radio. Oh, not an entanglement. I said you was untangling yourself. Y'all wrapped up in your headphones there, but
because I need everything clear for what's about to go down. Okay. I don't need no cords hanging out when the video come out and all this stuff. Yep. I need to be perfectly clear for what's going on because we got some things we got to say.
Well, we got a Kings roundtable too coming up at 3:00, and I call it a roundtable, which is actually just a booking error on your boy's part because I forgot. Jason Jones with us in the 3:00 hour. James Ham, ESPN 1320 Kings Insider, also with us. coming up in the 3 o'clock hour. So we'll talk all things Kings, and we'll talk to them about De'Aaron Fox, as well as Jason Anderson. Everybody getting in on the act today. Just sent us his column today from the Sacramento Bee. And yeah, it's not imaginary, man. De'Aaron's not playing well. It's not just the numbers, but it's the eye test. And when you watch De'Aaron through the first 6 games of the season, I mean, even in the game against Portland, it was like, okay, I mean, 27-8, like, shoot, you can't really ask for much more. He's probably going to be a little bit more efficient than he was on that night. I think he got to the foul line quite a bit that night, but I can't remember. But since then, no good. Or at least, I take that back. Not great. It hasn't been good. Hasn't been great. Hasn't rewarded our off-season optimism.
Friday, I was on the road all of Friday, so I followed along with the game, saw what was going on. I was coming from Cal City. Anybody ever been to Cal City? Did you even know California City existed?
I did not.
Yeah, you blink and you miss it. It's literally one street, street, and that's it. And they got some houses on each side of the street. That's about it. It's in the desert. But yeah, came back from Cal City. Was following along with the game, and I was happy to see that the Kings won. Had a little Sacramento splash on Friday night. You know what I mean? To celebrate the win. Had to do that. But I had to go back and watch the game on Friday. And De'Aaron, what did he end up with? 21 or 23?
On Friday, you're talking about the Pelicans game. He had 23. It was 9 of 21. That's the 21 you're thinking of. He was 23, 4 turnovers, 5 assists, 7 rebounds for De'Aaron.
4 from the free throw line, so I'll give him that too. But you know, I was ready. You know,
by the way, just quick note: Herbert Jones' barometer hit 12. Just for those who recall Friday's show, we were talking about the Herbert Jones barometer. Herbert Jones doesn't score points. If Herbert Jones scored a certain amount of points, things were going wrong for the Kings. He doubled that amount of points, Kenny. The Herbert Jones barometer was blowing up on Friday. Question, do you know who Herbert Jones is?
Vaguely.
Herbert Jones is the starting forward for the New Orleans Pelicans.
Well, I'm vaguely aware of him because
scored 12 points against the Kings. That's why.
Well,
and he fouled out.
I mean, if I was bad job by me, because this is my job, because I watch everything. I watch Idaho State college hoops and all this other stuff.
Nobody knows who Herbert Jones is.
Herbert Jones, look, I'm not going to act like I knew who he was before like a week ago, but Herbert Jones is supposedly like the Pelicans' secret weapon. I heard somebody comment on Herbert Jones and talk about how he was like the next Draymond.
Okay. Go ahead. I didn't mean to take us down this ridiculous road. He's averaging 3 points a game, and they got him out there going, 30 plus minutes. So we had a barometer for how the Kings were playing based on how Herbert Jones was doing, and Herbert Jones did really freaking well.
Herbert Jones is I just heard that. I'm not super familiar with his game.
I'm reading Will Griffith's columns about Herbert Jones. He's moonlighting over there for the Pelicans Herald, and apparently is hyping up old Herbert.
I heard that earlier in the week.
Herbert's career high.
Before that, I got to be honest, I didn't know who Herbert Jones was. I'm not going to act like I did. But I heard that, and I think it was that Timberwolves game where Ant-Man got upset. And they were like, yo, Herbert Jones, they got high hopes for him. He's supposed to be this and that, this and that. I was like, Herbert Jones? So if I was here on Friday, I probably would have mentioned that, like, yo, he's supposed to be somewhat nice. So I don't know.
Okay.
But I watched the game later on, and I didn't think Fox played terrible. I didn't think he played great or particularly good. But I didn't think he was bad on Friday. I didn't think he was bad. He did what should be the bare minimum for him. The bare minimum. You're not having a great shooting night. You get to the line enough. You finish with 23. You have some type of impact on the game in other ways, whether that's defensively or moving the ball around or whatever the case may be. What I thought from Friday from De'Aaron Fox was I felt like that was the bare minimum on Friday night from him.
Okay. Okay.
Like I said, I'm not here to say he played great or anything like that, but it was, once again, the bare minimum. That's the worst you should play if you're De'Aaron Fox. Lo and behold, we get to Sunday. And Sunday, this man goes for 14 points, 4 assists, 5 of 16 from the field, 1 of 4 from beyond the arc. I'm going to say this and with a level of respect. I'm going to say this with a level of, I can say this because I think very highly of you. Garbage performance from De'Aaron Fox on Sunday afternoon. And if Terence Davis had 14 points in that stat line, I'd be like, he contributed.
Terence Davis isn't sniffing a stat line like that, but we'll get to that later.
Absolutely not. De'Aaron Fox, I expect you to get 14 and a half, bro. I expect him to be an all-star. I have expectations of you that says if you score 14 points, not only should I be saying it's garbage, you, De'Aaron Fox, should be saying, I play like garbage tonight. That's the expectations. That's the level of play that is expected from De'Aaron Fox. And 14 points in a close game, I said it last week when he had 17 against the Warriors in what was a close game. That's the difference. That's the difference. You didn't show up. You didn't play the way that you were expected to play. Because for better or for worse, everybody else kind of did their job. They got it to the point where it was around even or close to it. And that's when the franchise, the straw that stirs the drink, brings them home. He didn't bring them home yesterday. And there's a guy that I talk basketball with on a regular basis. And he's been telling me, and I respect his basketball acumen. I respect his opinion. I respect the things that he has to say. I respect how he views the game because it's almost similar to mine. It's very similar to mine. And me and him have been going back and forth for about a year. He says, dog, De'Aaron Fox ain't it, man. I'm telling you, he's not it. It doesn't have anything to do with his game necessarily, but it's got a lot to do with his makeup. He's not it. And I'll be like, man, you tripping, man. Why are you on this dude so hard? Why are you on him so hard? Like, you tripping. He's nice. He'll figure it out. For a better part of a year since I met this guy. Don't trip. He's nice. I'm telling you, he's nice. He's going to turn this up. And he tells me every time, he's like, dog, I'm telling you, he ain't it. I texted him yesterday. And I'm not where he's at, but I'm about keeping the same energy a lot of times when it comes to these sports takes. And I had to tell him, I said, man, today was the first time. I'm not where you're at, but this was the first time when I was like, he might not get there. He might not get there. I still think he will. I still believe in him. But yesterday was the first time where I was like, De'Aaron might not get where everybody's saying he should be and where they expect him to go. Because I didn't like, it's a culmination of everything. I don't like anything I'm seeing from him right now. Anything.
Okay. Well, any criticism levied towards De'Aaron Fox right now is completely fair because the fact is he's not playing well. This isn't an overview of the season. This isn't an overview of his career. This is an overview of the first 6 games of the season. For the first 6 games of the season, he's not playing well. He's also coming in with tremendously high expectations. We saw the way that he played in the fourth quarter last year. We saw the way that he played in the final stretch of last season before he was out the remainder of the season with COVID, or before he got hit with his bout with COVID that knocked him out for the remainder of the season. We mentioned Jason Anderson's column where he breaks down some numbers from De'Aaron Fox. One of the notes in here is Fox was fourth in the NBA in fourth quarter scoring last season, averaging 7.3 points per game on 48.8% shooting. He's 123rd this year. 6 games into the season, he's 123rd in fourth quarter scoring, averaging 3.2 points per quarter, or per fourth quarter, on 25.9% shooting, and 0 of 8 from 3. Again, any criticism levied on De'Aaron Fox right now through the first 6 games of the season is completely valid, and it's completely warranted because he's not playing well. Where you're just going to lose me a little bit is the assessment that, well, De'Aaron he's not going to be what we all wanted him to be. And the fact is, we set our expectations pretty high, so maybe he won't be. But that may be less of De'Aaron's fault and more our fault. And we're saying he should be an all-star. He should be this. He should be that. He averaged 25 and 8 last year. That should be the bare minimum of what he does. So let's look at a couple of other facts as we threw out some numbers there that Jason Anderson had in his column at the Sacramento Bee. How about this? In the 4 years that De'Aaron Fox has been with the Kings, he's never regressed. From season 1 to 2 to 3 to 4, he's never regressed. Every year, hey, what's the key to the Kings' success? De'Aaron's got to take this jump. De'Aaron's got to take this jump. At some point, my man is winning the high jump and the long jump at the Olympics. We got him taking so many damn jumps. Now, last year, he started to take jumps within the season. We saw him going from averaging 20 points per game up to 25 through a stretch where he was averaging 27 points per game. Okay. So 6 games into this season, many people are willing to throw in the towel. Many people are willing to be fed up with their superstar. Go to that D-Lo and KC on Twitter. I better not hear y'all making excuses for De'Aaron Fox. At least that's how I heard the tweet. He could have meant it in an entirely different way, but that's how I heard it. Yeah. I don't want to hear y'all saying it's early. So what you want me to do? What do you want to do? You want to trade him for cash consideration? You want to trade him for a first-round pick, second-round pick? You want to trade him for Ben Simmons? What do you want to do? He's not playing well. I'm not making excuses for him. I'm just not jumping off the ship yet. I mean, the fact is, the team is 3-3. So if there is any marker that the team is better this season, I think it's this. The fact that we can all acknowledge that De'Aaron Fox hasn't played well through 6 games. And you can point to New Orleans and go, with New Orleans, it's like, okay, yeah, you're right. He wasn't bad. But more specifically, he wasn't as bad. Because despite the box score, I don't think he was particularly good in that game. Go back to Portland, the same thing. You're kind of looking at Portland. Hey, his numbers are adding up, but okay. We'll take it. This is the first game of the season. We'll take it. And then now you have the game that you had against Dallas. You could throw out excuses about it being early. You could throw out a variety of excuses. I don't make any. He needs to play better. That's period, point blank, end of story. But our job isn't to come. We can come in here and we can assess De'Aaron Fox individually. We will. We can assess Buddy Hield individually. We have. We can assess Terence Davis individually. We're creeping up to the point where we're not going to have to do that anymore. You want to look at a box score? Take a look at Terence Davis's box score and how his time out on the floor has diminished through each passing game. But overall, I look at the fact, man, De'Aaron has not played well this season, and the team is 3-3. You had him at 10-10 through 20. I was begging for them to finish at 500 through the entire year. Okay. Well, right now, that's where they are. Through a pretty tough schedule, they're at 500. I know James Ham, who's going to join us later on, along with Jason Jones, was worried about, that Utah, it's tough, and then it's really tough to go from Utah back home, and you got the second night of a back-to-back against New Orleans. New Orleans stinks. That was clear when the Kings played them. They're without Zion for the next 2 to 3 weeks. That they're a bad basketball team. Those are going to be tough circumstances for you, but we've said all off season, KC, it's different, man. This is the year, KC. It's different. I'm telling you, it's different. Okay. You need to go out there and win that game. What's different? You've been able to win games where De'Aaron Fox has been bad. That's a positive. But from a Kings organization standpoint, De'Aaron's got to start playing better. And you've got to keep your eye on things that are happening around the league. Because there are other guys that Dame Lillard's not playing well. Mm-hmm. Ben Simmons isn't playing at all. Joel Embiid isn't. He's playing down from where he was last year. Now he's getting MRIs. He could be missing time. Jason Tatum, not the same. You could go and you can look at a variety of different individuals and go, they're not quite there. They're not quite there. Maybe what stings the most for Kings fans, though, KC, is the fact that, and this guy just wound up on the injury report today too, Ja Morant, for whatever reason, his closest contemporary, he's playing extremely well. And I think that sits in the pit of the stomach of some Kings fans.
It may. And I need people that are listening to this on the Odyssey app, watch it later on YouTube, watching it live on YouTube and Twitch right now. I need you guys. This is what we're here for, right? So I need you guys to not be emotional right now, because I can tell you without a shadow of a doubt, there probably isn't anybody that, like, as a fan, as a Kings fan, that loves De'Aaron Fox more than I do. De'Aaron may hear this and maybe like, I'm not cool with that KC guy or whatever the case may be. As a Kings fan, somebody who wants to see this franchise do well, De'Aaron is my guy. He is the straw that stirs the drink. He is the franchise. 100%. Nobody's saying trade him. That's not even a consideration. It's not even we're married. We're married. We signed the lease for 5 years. That's not a consideration for me. He's not on the trade block. He will not be traded if I got anything to say about it. Right? But that does not remove the concerns. And the concerns for me are just looking at the whole dynamics of what's going on. I've already written off his free throw shooting. That's a terrible thing. Mm-hmm. Like, that's terrible to be like, he's just not going to be a free throw shooter. What? I've already done that. Mm-hmm. And he's done that because he hasn't shown me anything in 5 years that makes me think he's going to improve in that department. Nothing. He is the same. You guys want to talk about same energy and keep the same energy. That's the phrase everybody wants to use, even to the point where it's played out now. But we'll bring it up. What do I say about Ben Simmons? I say he's the same player. And it's in his DNA. You ask me all the time, he's 25 years old, KC. Can he get better? Come on, you're going to write him off now? I say it's in his bloodstream. It's in his DNA. He's not changing who he is. De'Aaron Fox, for better or for worse, he's not changing who he is. We look for this guy.
You're talking about free throw shooting? Or you're talking about overall? Because I do want to point out this is a dude who's improved every single year he's played for this team.
I'm talking about overall. And that's for better or for worse. Not changing who he is doesn't mean he's a bad basketball player. Doesn't mean he's a fringe all-star player. But we want him to go to another level. We want him to be an all-star. We want him to be a guy that what we saw in that second half of that season, that's the norm. What do I say all the time? A bad game for him has to be 23 points. That's the bare minimum. That's what we want for him. He may look at it like, hey, scored 14, scored 18. I got to play better, but my free throws shooting isn't good right now. It's got to be better. But hey, what you gonna? I'm gonna just try and get better. We want him to be relentless. I'll put it to you like this. James Haynes brings it up all the time. I feel like, and I think he's better than him. Don't get it twisted. But I feel like De'Aaron Fox is more Ben Simmons than Russell Westbrook when it comes to being pissed off and doing something about it.
Okay, so here's where you lost some of us, including me. You didn't lose me, but I'm concerned your message is lost. You compared him to Ben Simmons and what you always say about Ben Simmons. But when you talk about Ben Simmons, you're talking about his game and you're talking about the way he plays and you're looking at his numbers and you're going across the board talking about this is the same kid that he was at LSU. This is the same kid that we were watching back in high school. Like, he has not changed or evolved. I don't care if he's 24 years old, 25-year-old, 30 years old. He hasn't changed in the way that he's played. So when you compare Ben Simmons and De'Aaron Fox in those categories, it feels like you're saying the same thing when in that couldn't possibly be further from the truth. But what you're, correct me if I'm wrong here, because I want to speak for a couple of people who I think you may have confused us. You're talking about there are aspects of him that just aren't changing, including the leadership or
the vocal leadership, all that other stuff.
He's not going to be that.
He's never going to be that.
Okay.
Free throw shooting, he's never going to be that. Being a better 3-point shooter, I'm not sure he's ever going to be that. Now, so here's a question we need to ask and we need an answer to. And we're not going to get it today. We're not going to get it tomorrow or anytime soon. Was what we saw in the second half of last year, was that the exception or the rule?
Well, let's talk about that. Let's also hear what Luke Walton has to say about De'Aaron Fox and the way that his team is playing with De'Aaron Fox playing the way that he's playing. All of that is coming up. We'll talk more Kings overall. Again, the team sits at 3-3 with a game coming up tomorrow in Utah and then back at the Golden One Center on Wednesday against the New Orleans Pelicans. Some news came out about that team today as well. We got a roundtable coming up in the 3 o'clock hour with Jason Jones and James Ham, both set to join us in that 3 o'clock hour. That's all coming up here. And we've got 49ers talk ahead. It's a 49ers Monday brought to you by City Center Financial. Refinance today below 1.99% APR at GoCityCenter.com. Back with more of D'Lo and KC next on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Y'all gotta look at it and what's really going on. De'Aaron Fox, that's my guy. But matter of fact, I'll say what I'll say about that when we get back on the air. But he's got to be better. What happened yesterday was ridiculous. That was terrible. And that team is sitting there looking for the guy to bring him home, and he didn't even want the ball. Essentially, he didn't want the ball. You got to do it every night. Just say you want to be the guy. You got to do it every night. Like De'Aaron Fox got to be better, man. He got to be better, and he's got to be better with not only how he plays, but how he goes about the game. He don't, like last night, yesterday, looked like he didn't want it. He did not want that. And that's disappointing to see. I'm disappointed like the rest of y'all. But the turnovers, not attacking the basket, it didn't look like he wanted what's going on. Reggae Stan. Two things I don't want to hear about no more. I don't want to hear about him being hurt. I don't want to hear about 10 pounds of muscle.
The 10 pounds of muscle thing is stupid. Yeah, we gotta stop that. Can we talk about something more pressing?
Yes.
HBO Max added the Jamie Foxx show. Hanging with Mr. Cooper.
Oh, that's big time right there.
Martin and that LL Cool J joint in the house. Come on, man. Come on, man.
HBO Max going for the gusto.
Hey, HBO Max about that culture, baby. Let's go. Let's go.
For the gusto. Hold on 1 second, guys.
Oh, man. Let's go. HBO Max may very well be the best streaming service for sure. Yeah.
Here we go. Bottles showing. Black.
Yeah,
showing.
I was gonna ask, like, so why do you cover up the bottles on the weekends? You can't hear shit. I swear for goodness. UPN is back. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
That's a big move by HBO Max. Major moves, baby.
That's why you're gonna have to buy your blue hoodie, Cole.
Wow, Cole.
That
wow.
that and your Adidas is why
it's trash, Cole. Just saying, it's trash.
Had that
trash take.
Had that royal blue show up with some Adidas, man, and embarrass the whole core out there.
So another thing.
What's that?
Absolutely.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Absolutely. The other thing, and Rob W, you're my guy. Like it's not beef, but you got to do better. I sit up here and say his game was garbage, and then his game yesterday is garbage, and you're like, you're saying Fox is garbage? Come on, man. Don't do that.
Rob W know better than that. He's acting out. He's upset. He's acting out. It's all right. I don't even see Rob W in here, but I know he's in here. He's staying here. Yeah, it's a newsworthy Monday for sure, man. It's a 49ers Monday brought to you by City Center Financial. Refinance today below 1.99%. APR at 1.866. Go City 6. Von Miller to the Los Angeles Rams. That's a conversation that we'll get to when we dive into some football news. Jameis Winston out for the year. Shout out to Jameis, who absolutely 1,000% knew his season was over, but still found time to celebrate with his team after that big win against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So again, just one of the many noteworthy things that have happened here this morning. Derrick Henry out for likely the year. Adrian Peterson back. Again, very, very busy Monday that we'll continue to dive into right now. We're attempting to dissect De'Aaron Fox. 6 of 82. We're attempting to dissect the first 6 games of De'Aaron Fox's season. Let's hear from Luke Walton, who was asked, this was following the Dallas game, on if he's concerned with where De'Aaron Fox is right now.
No, no concern, but you are right. That last it was 2 or 3 point game with 1:33 to go, and then we go into the 4th down 10. So that was a big swing. It's actually what we had done in New Orleans the night before. And that's part of closing quarters. That's what good teams do. They close quarters, and we've been doing a nice job of closing quarters so far tonight. And that last stretch really put us in a hole. But we still came back in the 4th again. So again, I give our guys a ton of credit for their continuing to fight and scrap and find a way to on an off shooting night to have a chance to win. But I don't have any concern with De'Aaron.
That part cut me deep, man. The low part at the end, because that was so reminiscent of last year. I was talking about on Friday how I feel like Luke has a different vibe to him. Like Luke is coaching with a little bit more almost, and this could be the wrong word. Well, maybe he's not coaching differently. Maybe he's just speaking to us differently. And we'll talk to Jason and James when they join us in the 3:00 hour about this. Jason Jones, for the record, and James Ham, of course, our Kings insider. He has a different tone when he speaks, and he speaks with more willingness to say what the guys are doing wrong. Oh, but to hear him talk about the fight and scrapping, it was like so reminiscent of last year where they had like a bad game. And the first thing that he would say is, I'm so proud of the team's fight. Nope. Don't want to be proud of this team's fight anymore. Though in this particular case, I'll stall them out a little bit because it was essentially them fighting that kept them in the game.
Mm-hmm.
They had been kept in the game by someone getting hot. Harrison Barnes, Buddy Hield, somebody, keeping them in the game or getting them back into the game, or perhaps, catapulting them to a win with their hot shooting. The only thing that kept them in this game was defensive fight. And then, we all knew the Luka logo was a dagger. Like that was a tough shot. That was a wrap.
That was a tough shot.
It was a hell of a shot by the most annoying player in the entire league to watch.
Dallas got mad at me for saying that. So what?
Everybody knows, man. Like, come on. He is lapped James Harden as the most annoying player in the league to watch.
And that's the other thing that I'll say about that real quick.
Had the nerve to call for a technical for Luke Walton. Sorry, bro. Dude,
bro,
sit down.
Come on, man. Karen behavior. But you know, the interesting thing about that conversation is people wanted to throw James Harden name in there and say, "Oh yeah, him and Harden are the worst," or he's up. Are you no? You're really reaching to put Harden in there.
Mm-hmm.
Really reaching. Like Harden is and was nowhere near, in my opinion, what Luka has become when it comes to just unwatchable play. Like I don't like watching dude play, and I like great basketball. You know what I mean? And his talent is there. He's a great ball player. And even if I don't like people like to watch, or I'm not a fan of them, if they're great at basketball, I love watching basketball. I had to come to that realization with Harden a long time ago. I was like, I'm not really crazy about how he plays, but man,
you can go. This
dude is nasty. Like, I love what he does out there.
Yeah.
I don't know when that'll ever happen with Luka. Like, it's unappealing to watch. He getting locked up by Davion.
Oh,
and want to cry to the like, stop, bro. Every time.
Get this peasant away from me. That's what he sounds like in my head. Do not let this man touch me. I am Luka. And then gets a foul call when no one even touches him.
Bro,
gets a foul call going to the basket. Ain't a soul. I don't even think he got breathed on. And he went to the foul line.
He's the worst. He really is the worst to watch. Talented, super talented, great ball player, but he's not fun to watch. Simple as that. So, yeah, but I mean, to your original point, that was a huge shot by Luka. That was crazy. From the logo, pull up on him. Like, that was crazy.
No doubt.
And that was a backbreaker right there. That, and then the subsequent turnover into a fast break. That was ball
killer.
Game, right?
Yeah, that was a wrap. Yeah, that was a wrap. More from Luke Walton here, real quick, KC, on De'Aaron Fox.
With De'Aaron, yeah, look, we all know, like, our team, we're going to continue to play hard. We're going to continue to get better. We're going to continue to push. For us to take one of the big steps we have to take forward is we got to be able to knock down, 3-point shots and big shots, and we know De'Aaron can do it. He's done it last year. We went on 2 big win streaks last year, and he was putting us on his back for a lot of those. So, he's a hard worker. He's shown he's done it before. He's passionate. He cares. He wants to win. So there's no doubt in my mind. He and us will get there.
I'm trying to go 1-0 every day.
Trying to go 1-0 every day.
And with going 1-0 every day, I forget things pretty quickly. What was the game before New Orleans? Oh, the Suns.
Phoenix game.
Yeah, it was Phoenix. Okay. And I think it was the next day where we came in and I told you, like, hey, I don't remember if we said this on the air or not. I don't know how comfortable I am with De'Aaron having the ball in his hands in the fourth quarter. It's just like, hey, I didn't get a good vibe from old boy so far this season. Like, I don't know. And I'm listening to Luke there talking about him, him taking out him winning games for us and taking this. It's like, man, how long ago was that? That feels like an eternity ago.
Mm-hmm. I look at De'Aaron Fox. And I'm starting to wonder. Remember, all this started with me just saying, there was a guy that I go back and forth with about De'Aaron Fox, and I have for the last year and a half. And he's been telling me Fox ain't it. And I've been like, you're tripping, you wilding, you bugging. And for the first time yesterday, doubt started to creep in. That's all it is. Nobody said he's garbage or we need to trade him or whatever the case. No, ain't nobody saying that. But doubt has started to creep in because I look at where he needs to get better. And I don't know if it's going to happen. It's going to happen. And this is the question that I think we need to ask ourselves. And I'm being careful with it because I don't want to disrespect this man. I don't. But do all the accolades that De'Aaron Fox that we expect him to get, all-star, franchise player, one of the best, I'm just going to say it. Do we want that more than De'Aaron Fox wants it for himself?
No.
I'll tell you
that at all.
I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why I asked that. I'm not sitting here saying he doesn't work on his game. He absolutely works on his game. There's video to prove it. He works on his game 100%. But I tell a lot of people that I work with, and I'm a believer in this. I'll go out on the ledge by myself with this. If I say, hey, you've been working on your game? You've been working on your shot? I've said this before. You can tell me anything you want. You can tell me whatever you want. The answer is going to be when I see you on the court. And De'Aaron Fox, the free throw shooting is it's inexcusable. It's inexcusable. And you talk about,
but what is what has De'Aaron ever said though? Like, has De'Aaron ever come out and said, I'm going to shoot 90% from the free throw line? I'm going to shoot 80%. Has he ever said anything like that?
No, he hasn't.
Okay. Has he ever said
it's going to improve?
That's our problem. That ain't his.
But that's what I'm saying. Do we expect more out of De'Aaron Fox than he expects out of himself? He's never answered. He's never like, no, I'm really want to shoot 75%. He's never said that. That's fair. We don't have the answer. But he's shooting the same from the free throw line, and he's shooting the same way. To me, that's a problem. That's a problem. I look at LeBron James. LeBron James hadn't always been the best free throw shooter. He hadn't always been the best jump shooter. But there's numerous stories, video evidence of it not working, and LeBron like, well, this ain't working. I gotta switch this up. I gotta talk to Kyle Korver. Kyle, what do you do to shoot better from the line? Okay, I'm gonna try that. Because this ain't getting it done. I don't understand. I don't get it. Somebody can tell me to answer it for me or tell me what the issue is. But I don't understand how he can shoot the same from the free throw line, percentage-wise, and shoot the same like physical shot from the free throw line. It's not adding up to me, man. Like, how are you going to continue to do the same things?
You're saying he hasn't tried to improve. You're saying he hasn't tried to get better at the foul line.
Not enough. I'll say that confident. Not enough. Because you're doing the same thing that hasn't worked.
But here, okay. So are you using the free throw line analogy as a microcosm for his game overall? Because I obviously, free throw shooting is something that we've talked about to death with De'Aaron Fox. But I told you this after the Phoenix game. There's an issue now where it's like I don't know that I'm really feeling him having the ball in his hands in the fourth quarter.
That's it.
Like that's not a free throw issue.
Right.
That's just we've seen decision making issues so far this year. We've seen hell. I was begging for him. We were begging for him on Friday. Start attacking more. We saw that against Dallas. He attacks. He uses his speed. He uses what makes him one of the more unique players in the league to get to the basket and hits a layup like I would in a rec league. Just missed it. Just flat out missed it. And I feel like that's happened. And a lot of times I think in those situations, he is fouled. There is contact and he's not given. Wasn't the case on this one. He couldn't get fouled. He blew past everybody. It was one of those Tyrese Halliburton for three cases where he was too open. He got to the basket too quick. Like Tyrese had 10, I think Tyrese had 10 and a half minutes to shoot to shoot a three-pointer in game the other day and just missed it.
Yeah.
I think that's what happened to De'Aaron on the breakaway. He got to the lip and just missed it. And it's like, if he can't do that, I don't know what to hope for.
That's what I'm saying. Like, so that's kind of getting into what I'm saying. The free throw shooting is an issue. The shot is broke. The jump shot in general is broke right now. It's broke. It's horrific. And You're not finishing at the rim anymore. So what's going to happen? Like, I want everybody, as much as I want him to, and I want it to be better. I want it to be better. Do we really believe that De'Aaron Fox is going to be a better three-point shooter? Like, yeah, from now, because he's at, near the bottom. But I'm just saying, career-wise, like at the end of the season, is his three-point percentage going to be higher this year than it was last year? No, I don't think anybody's confident in that. You could hope. You could want it to. Confident? That's something different. So,
De'Aaron's three-point percentage has been all over the place his entire career. 30%, 37%, 29%, 32%. And this year,
he's a 30% three. That's what that tells me is he's a 30% three-point.
He's a 17% three-point shooter
right now. Yeah, for sure. but what that tells me, like looking at the career stats, he'll probably get somewhere around 30 to 32.
Yeah, I mean, he's sitting at counting the first 6 games of the season. He's sitting at 32% right now in his career. You're listening to D'Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM, West Sacramento, KRXQ, HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station. And driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. He's Kenny Caraway. I'm Damon Barling. We're happy you're here with us. We'll dive into some 49ers talk as they snap their 4-game losing streak. Very eventful day, very newsworthy day in the National Football League as well. We'll get you caught up on everything. We've got a Kings Roundtable coming up in the 3 o'clock hour. Jason Jones of The Athletic and 1320 Kings insider James Ham will both be with us to talk about what we saw over the weekend from the Sacramento Kings and what we hope to see, at least coming up over the course of the next few games. We mentioned, people have talked about fatigue. People have talked about the schedule. People have talked about the early starts. All of those things are excuses because if the Kings are tired now, 6 games into this, if the Kings are tired now on the 3rd game of a 4-game road trip, knowing you got Utah coming up tomorrow, you got another game after that. Oh, by the way, you got one of the hottest young teams in the entire league coming into the Golden One Center on Friday. Then you got another game on Sunday. Then you got another game. There's no slowing down in this schedule. There's no rest. There's no practice. There's no going to work on things. So here's how I'm going to choose to approach what we saw or what we've seen instead of minimizing it to just this weekend, what we've seen through the first 6 games. And James Ham says, I evaluate in games of 10. Well, 10's coming up here pretty quick. And right now we're over half the sample size where De'Aaron doesn't look very good. But from a Kings perspective, a Sacramento Kings perspective, right now, early in the season, because I'm not done with De'Aaron. I don't think De'Aaron is washed. I don't think that he's peaked. I don't think that he's a wrap. We said this in the offseason. We're approaching the level of being unfair where we keep asking De'Aaron to improve year after year. Like this dude went from 17 to 21 to 25 points per game. And we sat up here all offseason. He's 27. Like, we sat up here and talked about him being even better. He's at 25 points per game. And we talked all offseason about him being better. The fact that he's nowhere near what he was last season, or at least he's nowhere near where he was when he ended his season. And the Kings are 3-3. I'm comfortable. I'm comfortable with where the Kings are at. They're doing some things a little bit differently. They're still not great defensively, but we only asked for them to not be the worst. Okay, well, they're not the worst. And you see what not the worst gets you. You're the worst defensive. You know, everyone says, if De'Aaron was such and such, we'd be 5-1 right now. Yeah. And if the defense hadn't improved even a little bit, you could also be 1-5. So let's take everything. I know my partner famously said in the early days of D'Lo and KC, partner, I got a little emotional. And I think Kings fans are a little emotional right now because De'Aaron Fox isn't performing the way we have determined De'Aaron Fox is supposed to perform. He's going to get better. He absolutely is going to get better. What we're seeing right now is not what we're going to see for 82 games. And if I'm wrong, I'll own it. But I don't believe that what we've seen through 6 games is what we're going to see for the next 70 do math for me. 76 games.
I agree with you. I don't think that he's gonna be here averaging 18, 17 points a game or something like that. Like he'll get up to 22 or something like that at least. But the question is, like, you're not having it. I'm just saying, revisionist history. Like, it's not even about a jump. It's like the question I asked earlier: was last year the exception or the rule? And
as of right now, it's the exception.
I'm not 100% sure. Everybody just he started like this last year, and look what he ended up doing. I'm not 100% sure he gets back to that. I want him to. I hope he does. I still have belief in his game, but I'm not sure if he's a 25 point per game guy. 8 assists. I think my original assessment of De'Aaron Fox when he was drafted was De'Aaron is your heart and soul, he's your point guard and things of that nature. And this is what I thought Marvin Bagley was supposed to be. But essentially, you're going to need somebody better than De'Aaron Fox if you're going to get to another level. He's going to be, at least scoring-wise, like, give him the ball, let him get out the way.
That's so you need a player who's better than 25 and 8 to get to.
No, because I didn't think he was going to average 25 and 8. I thought he'd average like 18, 19 points a game, 7, 8, 9 assists. You need that 23 point per game score. You know what I mean? That you can get them. Like, I really thought, like, well, I thought before they even got Marvin Bagley, I thought Michael Porter Jr. was the guy. I was like, that's the guy you pair up to Fox. He's just a straight scorer. Then Fox can do all that other stuff. And when it's time to go get a bucket, you go get a Michael Porter Jr. He's going to be the guy to take you to the promised land. Fox did great 2 years ago before the bubble. He did really good. He improved on his game. And last year, he took his game to another level. And I think everybody expected that again, at the very least. I'm with you. Like, there's not, like, the jump past that is kind of crazy. I'm not saying that that's where he needed to be. But a lot of people are like, yo, he should be at least that. 25, 26, 27 points a game. 8 assists. I don't know if he gets to that. I hope he does, but everybody that's trying to talk to me and come at me in the chat and probably will on Twitter or whatever, tell me right now you are confident, 100% confident, not hopeful. Those are two different things. 100% confident that Fox gets to 26 points a game and 8 assists.
He's at 18.5 right now and 6.3 assists. It's about what he was to start last year. I mean, we had this number last week. He had now it was a little bit different because he played 5 minutes, left the game, and I think scored 3 points, and that got factored into the average. But what really set him off was the night he had like 43 against someone, and that catapulted him above the 20-point mark. And then you saw stretches of him scoring 30, 32. Then you saw this stretch of him just playing out of his mind.
I was just going to say, the thing that bothers me most, and people are talking about 6 games and, you know, his shot is bro. I mean, like I said, he's going to shoot better. I'm not really worried about that. But it's his mentality out there. It's just looking at him, the eye test. He doesn't seem aggressive out there. He doesn't seem to have an edge out there. It's real passive.
Wait a minute. Now wait a minute. Wasn't it the Portland game where you said how happy you were that De'Aaron was chirping was it De'Aaron and Dame?
Yeah, it was De'Aaron and Dame.
Well, yeah, I think it's easier to chirp when you're playing a certain way. Maybe he doesn't feel like he can chirp at Luka Doncic if he ain't playing well.
He didn't play great that game. Remember I said in that game too, he didn't play great.
He didn't, but what did he do?
He was out there.
He got the bare minimum. Yeah. I mean, or it wasn't a bare minimum. Sorry, he got what you said should be an average night.
Yeah,
he should be an average night for De'Aaron.
And he was out there getting after it. I have no problem because, like, I think that's the misnomer with what I'm talking about. I'm not really talking about percentages and shooting, because he didn't shoot well that night. He was 2 of 9 from beyond the arc that night. It was his mentality. It was his approach to the game. It was approach to a confrontation or going at it with Dame Lillard that I haven't seen since that night. I ain't seen since that night. And that's what has me worried. If he was out there and he was having bravado and he was getting after it and all this other stuff and was still shooting the same and struggling, I'd be like, I'm not worried. He's going to get after it. He's going to, I haven't seen it since that night. He's been real passive. Even to what he does at the end of games, in the Phoenix game, running a dribble exchange for Buddy Hield when the game is on the line. That's your time. Yesterday, a lot of the same.
Yeah.
Letting Tyrese Halliburton bring the ball up. You're the point guard. All that stuff. That's why I would never subscribe to that whole, it's going to allow De'Aaron to play off the ball. No, he's the point guard. I want him with the rock. That's who I believe should be bringing us home. With all due respect, not Tyrese Halliburton. I love Tyrese's game. But De'Aaron is the straw that stirs the drink. And with that responsibility comes the good and the bad. I want to win or lose on your shot, on your decision to attack the basket. I don't know if he wants that. I don't know if he wants that responsibility. And that's what has me worried.
There's other issues outside of De'Aaron Fox that I think the Kings are going to have to correct relatively soon. One of them rhymes with Mo Harkless. I'll let you figure out who I'm referring to. We got to talk about the 4 spot. It's not Mo Harkless necessarily. It's Mo Harkless's role. I think this is, and I've asked everyone who will listen, hey, is this a problem? Everybody said no. Everybody said no. I think it's a problem. We'll come back, and Terence Davis is probably about a couple of inches away from playing himself out of the lineup. We'll talk about that as well. We'll dive into the 49ers much more ahead. It's 49ers Monday, brought to you by Gilmore Heating, Air, and Plumbing. You get more with Gilmore here with D'Lo McKayce on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Yeah, we can get him.
Dave, give me 2 seconds. Let me slide out of here completely for a second. I don't want what happened the other time.
Okay. Shoot. Hang on. Let me get that off there. Can we get that thumbs up in here? We are 157. That's just on YouTube. Can we get to triple digit likes here real quick? Can we get them thumbs up? Keep them subscribers popping. We have 78 right now. I'm pretty confident we can get to 100 by the time the commercial break is over. So could y'all get in there real quick? See, we already 83, 17 more. That's just, y'all are already watching. Just look over to your left a little bit. Boom, hit the thumbs up, man, and we'll be good to go. We'll be good to go, man. Yeah, that's the way I'm kind of feeling right now too. No good. Yeah, Laura, all bad. All bad. Like, I love Mo Harkless a lot. I just think and I don't think that's the answer, bro. I don't think that's the answer. You can't start to rely on him. I'm with you with the Aaron Rodgers line, RELAX. I feel you. And that's yeah. No. We don't need any Ben Simmons. We don't need any Ben Simmons, but we need something. We need something. That took you. You're completely off the stream. I didn't know if you knew that. Like, completely X'd out. Yeah. I mean, 100% will. I mean, there's nothing we could do about that. But you're 100% right. And he, like Kuz, like all of those guys. Mantra, like, just that would have been so different. And they're playing so well in Washington right now too. It's crazy. Yeah. Yeah, it'd be a lot different. Yeah, Kuzma would have been good. Yeah, I hate that. Hate it. I don't think you could do it. But I guess at this point, you don't really. No. No. Okay. Hang tight. Hang tight, Black Bottles. We got you. We got you. We got you, buddy. I had to check in on Black. I was like, hey, man, we ain't heard from you. Everything all right?
Black Bottles, my guy.
Joe. Where's Joe? Where's the Patriots here? It's a hell of a win for the Patriots.
That was a big win.
Ever since I contemplated putting the Chargers in the power rankings, they have died.
Ugh, ever since I had them at number 1, they died.
Hate to see it. Hate to see it. True that.
You can't ever give them any kind of accolades or respect.
I gotta send Jason. He is one player in the league I wouldn't even think twice about. On trade for Tatum, let's do it right now.
Dr. David, I did not catch it yet. It's on my DVR. Here's the funny thing about Saturday night boxing. I almost never watch it live. And I try to stay away from the results. And my guy, Dr. David, will be like, nice win for Boots Ennis. I was like, hey, bro, I'm trying to... If I haven't talked about it, trust that I probably haven't watched it yet. But it's all love because I know Dr. David is trying to show love and show support for the sweet science. But yeah, I almost never watch the Saturday night ones live unless it's a pay-per-view. Then you can't record those. So
I love that. I think there have been exactly one 13th round shirt sold. It was to Dr. David, and I think one house show shirt sold, and it was to Bryce. That just brings me like happiness.
Nope. Ain't doing it. Not today.
Can't.
Nope.
You can't.
Dog.
Though some would argue your Drake freestyle should probably come after losses rather than wins. We all lose. We all lose when you freestyle.
Look, man.
So it was swooping
everybody
the region by
the streets was loving it, bro. I don't know what you're talking about.
Streets was loving it. TV was loving it. CBS was loving it. Sarah Hodges was loving it. Yes, they were feeding the
Shout
pain.
out to my madman Leak, Sean P. You know what I'm saying? People was looking for Drake bars on Friday. I was like, look, man, I'm not gonna force it. I'm not on the air on Saturday. So if they would have won on Sunday, there would have been a double dip of Drake bars. Please believe that. But they lost yesterday, and it had me in a sour mood for the Kings. So no Drake bars.
Okay. Well, that's sad. It's a 49ers Monday brought to you by City Center Financial. Refinance today below 1.99% APR at 1.866. Go City 6. We'll dive into the 49ers victory yesterday against the Chicago Bears coming up in just a couple of minutes. Black Bottles 916 up here in the chat. He's ready to see Kenny overreact to Jimmy Garoppolo's performance yesterday. By the way, Jimmy played really, really well. Let's give credit where credit is due.
He played really good, bro.
Yeah, he had his best game in a really long time. I'm trying not to do too much hyperbole, but that was his best game here for a minute. 916-349-1320. Let's get to our man, Joe. Big win for the Patriots yesterday. I think we got a Mac Jones update here.
Hey, Mac keeps winning. It wasn't pretty. Barely over 50%, but it didn't do nothing to the team. And a win is a dub, right?
He got the W, man, and that was a big win. We got a win for them boys.
This is a Mac Jones freestyle. I'm here for it.
Hey, the kid keeps winning, and you can't fault him for that.
Joe,
no, you can. You can't fault him, and I'm not going to fault him for that. He got a good win.
Joe, we've hit the stage of this program where getting ready to do TV yesterday with Sarah right after the Patriots beat the Chargers, and as I'm sitting down, Patriots getting the win, I'm thinking, I hope Joe calls tomorrow.
Oh, it's coming.
And I started thinking further, like, what is the point of this? Is it like you wanted Mac Jones in San Francisco? Is because you didn't understand why Kenny didn't like Mac Jones? Like what was
That's exactly it. What it was is when Kenny said Kellen Mond is just as good as Mac Jones. It's like, come on, man. And now you're tripping. You know what I mean?
Now
I'm just reminding him of the skill level that the 49ers did pass on. That's all I'm doing.
Now
hey, one quick King statement.
Okay.
I'm thinking Sabonis for Fox.
No. Back to your Patriots take. Back to your Patriots take. Now, Joe, I hear you. I feel you. I just also need you to acknowledge. Is he still there? We still got Joe?
We still got Joe?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
Joe, and we said this numerous times. Did you ever hear me say that Mac Jones was bad?
No, sir, but I did hear you compare him to Mond. And I was
now,
like,
you really pushed Joe over the edge with that comment.
Now, I might have, but that's because I think Kellen Mond was good, or at least I thought he was good. It's not because I thought he was a scrub and was like, he's just as good as Kellen Mond. Like, nah, Kellen Mond, I think he's good. I think Matt Jones is good. Always have.
All kidding aside, I just believe the 49ers would be in a better spot with Mac Jones as the heir apparent.
Well, here's the thing, Joe, and here's the thing, Joe, and we appreciate you so much,
Joe.
man.
Call again next week. We'll be waiting.
Yes, this is one of my favorite things every Monday, because I spent probably an uncomfortable amount of time thinking about Joe and his Mac Jones call yesterday. But really, the other, like, he's saying that the 49ers would be in a better position. Mac Jones wouldn't be playing.
Right.
Like, the situation would be exactly the same. Mac Jones landed in the perfect situation.
Mm-hmm.
And as much as I love the artist formerly known as Superman, it was the right, like, if it was Mac or Cam and it was a coin flip because they had been playing the same, you got to go with Mac Jones. You got to get your rookie out there. You got to let him play. He landed, for my money, in the perfect situation. He could play week one. He could develop with Josh McDaniels, who's a darling in the NFL, and you got Bill Belichick there. They've invested in the team a little bit more. You've got a little bit of room for mistake, and you could still be moderately successful as you grow and get better.
Mm-hmm.
If Mac Jones was in San Francisco, like, nothing would be any different. Like, it would be exactly the same. We'd still be seeing Jimmy Garoppolo versus Trey Lance, and I don't know how much development Trey Lance. I don't know if the level of development for that we've seen from Mac Jones would be the same if Trey Lance had started week one and had not been, because there's no like Mac Jones is getting pulled. Right. Mac Jones is the quarterback of the New England Patriots.
Right.
If you put Trey Lance in a situation where he's the quarterback of the San Francisco 49ers, maybe things are a little bit different.
Yeah.
But I love Joe's call. It's one of my favorite things.
I look forward to it every Monday, win or loss from the Patriots. Absolutely.
Hell of a win for them yesterday.
That was a big time win for the Patriots for sure. Mac Jones, like I said, Mac Jones I think he's a good, solid young quarterback. Mm-hmm. And more than any of these guys that were drafted, I think he was, and this is something that I said leading up to the draft and everything, he was the most NFL ready of all of them. Mm-hmm. He played at Alabama. He's 23 years old. He had played in a pro style offense. He played in the SEC. He was not going to be, he's not going to see anything that he hadn't seen coming into the NFL. So he was ready to go from day one more than any of these guys. But you don't draft based on who's ready to go day one or year one. Mm-hmm. You draft on who you think is going to be better 5, 6, 7 years from now. And Mac Jones still may be good 5, 6 years, 6, 7 years from now. But I think Trey Lance, Justin Fields, Trevor Lawrence. Notice I didn't put Zach Wilson in there. I think those three.
Mike White. The Mike White is how he will be referred to from now on.
Got to put some respect on his name.
Didn't even know that was a real dude until like 2 weeks ago.
Put some respect on his name, Damien.
He got that respect.
Yeah. I think those other three, though, will end up being better than Mac Jones.
You say he earned it. He didn't earn it. He took it.
Yeah.
He's like, you will give me my respect.
Yeah. So Mac Jones will be good. I think it has the potential to be a really good quarterback class.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? I think all these guys are pretty good or pretty promising for sure.
49ers beat the Bears yesterday, 33-22, snapped that 4-game losing streak. Goodness gracious. We'll talk more about that. And you talk about the quarterback class. We saw Justin Fields out there as well with one for the highlight reel, man. What a spectacular. I was questioning the 49ers mortality after that play. I was like, boy, woo. And then they missed the extra point. So that was there was some fun stuff in that game that we'll dive into here. In just a heartbeat. There's a couple of other Kings notes that I want to touch on before we really sink our teeth into the 49ers. And remember, we got a Kings roundtable coming up in the 3:00 hour when Jason Jones of The Athletic joins us, and 1320 Kings insider James Ham joins us as well. The 4 position is a problem. I've posed it as questions to various people, most specifically James Ham. I'm not posing it as a question anymore. I like Mo Harkless a lot. And I think he's a good piece for this team. But Mo as the starting 4, I think, is a problem. And I think when you can pencil in a starter for nothing to 2 points on a daily basis, we've got a problem here. Not saying he needs to score 50, not saying he doesn't contribute in other ways, but I'm starting to lose. I'm starting to get lost in what those other ways are. Like, oh, yeah, he's tough. He adds toughness. Okay. This is not the same team as last year. I believe, at least, this team is, I don't think it's a stretch to say much tougher than they were last year. Mo Harkless's toughness doesn't quite stand out as much as it used to, especially now that he's not a dude acquired at the trade deadline coming off the bench. He's a starter. And we know that the Kings operate in a variety of different lineups and 3-guard lineups and closing lineups and all of these different microwave scoring, all of this different stuff. I get it. But I think Mo staying at we talked about the issues at length about De'Aaron Fox. Well, I think as a team, one of the things that Monty McNair and this staff really needs to keep their eye on is, I don't know that Mo Harkless starting at the 4 for the whole season is really where you want to be if we're trying to get to the promised land that is the postseason.
I can understand that. I got to see a little bit more from Mo in both respects, right? Like, I got to see this play out a little longer, and I've got to see more production from him as well. I'm not here to say that he's been productive, but I look at the situation with Mo starting at the 4, and for me personally, it's not problematic just yet. It's not. There's bigger issues that they need to solidify before Mo Harkless. One is getting De'Aaron Fox to play better. Another one that on the low is starting to get better and get on the positive side, and that's Tyrese Halliburton. Tyrese Halliburton was struggling, in my opinion, pretty mightily to start the season, the last 3 games or so. He's starting to find his groove and produce the way at least I expected.
Even though he shot like hell yesterday, like the rest of the team did.
Yeah, he didn't have a good shooting, but he was doing a good job of playing his role in the offense and distributing and picking his spots and things of that nature. So those were the first 2 things, and one of them hasn't gotten taken care of yet. So for me, not saying that you don't, that's actually a very good observation, and I'm not sure where they would go or what the answer would be for that.
It's probably not on the roster because they're not turning to Marvin. I still find Marvin playing those 9-10 minutes at the home opener so strange.
They aren't turning to Terence Jones or Terence Davis.
Or Damian Jones, or anybody else. They ain't turning to none of those guys. Yeah, Terence Davis is quickly.
They had Terence Jones on the squad.
Terence Davis is quickly. I don't think he's going to play himself completely out of the lineup. But my goodness, we were wondering if there were moments where they would go with Terence Davis over Buddy Hield. Well, the answer emphatically is no. They're not doing that.
Terence Davis has been, at least for me, maybe some of y'all thought he was no good, but I thought he was a lot better than what he's shown to start the season. He's been terrible.
He seems to have rapidly lost the trust of the coaching staff. One guy who has not, though, was a huge influence in the Kings, even being in the game, and that was our guy Tristan Thompson. yesterday. Tristan talked about the team's effort when shots aren't falling.
I mean, I think effort and then playing hard should be it's got to be our DNA each and every night. You know, there's going to be nights where you're not going to make shots and it's going to be tough. You know, in Phoenix, we were making all our threes, and then tonight they weren't dropping. Maybe we should have drew a play for Richian to shoot that three a little earlier in the game, but you know, it's all good. But there's going to be nights like that. But one thing we can't, you know, ever not do is play hard every night. And, you know, that's what we did. And that's what kept us in the game and gave us a chance to try to get a win on the road. But, you know, unfortunately, we fell short. But we got Utah on Tuesday to close out this road trip.
Richian, of course, hit a three as time expired. Yeah. That's the play that Tristan, I think, was jokingly referring to.
On a side note, there's been questions, and I'm not sure. Maybe he spoke about it and we got an answer. But was Tristan Pop Smoke yesterday for Halloween?
I didn't see. I didn't see. I didn't see.
It was questioned. It was like, yo, Tristan's Pop Smoke for Halloween. Look dead on him. R.I.P. to Pop. But look dead on him.
Okay. Was he? What? I missed this. Did he walk into the game dressed? Because I was like, wait a minute.
No, him on the podium after the game. Look just like Pop Smoke.
Yeah, Jesse cut the sound. I missed. I didn't see it at all.
It was. I don't want to say it was all over social media, but I saw it on social, like NBA Central or whatever. It was like, yo, is Tristan Pop Smoke? Cole saw it too. Cole said he thinks so. You think he was? He looked just like Pop Smoke. But
okay, I see it.
To what he was talking about.
Just for the record, I do not think that he is. I think Tristan is just dressed. I think that's all that it is. That's all that.
To the idea of Tristan Thompson and him producing the way he did on a regular basis, I like the energy that he brings. We're having a discussion about Mo Harkless at the 4, and I'm not saying you asked the question, but I don't know if I would. I'm not sure if I'd want Tristan at the 4 as the starter, right? Like, I'm not sure, because here's what I look at for Mo Harkless, and these are the things that I think about when starting him at the 4. Is you got a guy that, at the very least, can steal minutes guarding a guy like Luka or Devin Booker. Or I'm not sure if he started on Curry or not, but he can steal those minutes. You can get 5 minutes to start the game, 5 minutes to start the second half. You can get 10 minutes of somebody to just throw on this guy who's going to work hard, who's not a train wreck on the defensive end. That matters. Like, to me, that matters, because I may not have Tristan closing the game on these superstar players, but if that's 10 less minutes that I have to put Davion or Harrison or Fox on him, and they can preserve energy and preserve fouls, that's a role that plays on the game. Now, at some point with this poor play, you got to say what outweighs the other, right? Like, does that 10 minutes outweigh the fact that he's shooting 5% from beyond it? Like, at some point, it doesn't balance out. I'm not there yet. It's something to monitor. But with Tristan coming in at the 4, you can't do that. You can't start him on Booker or Luka or something like that. And that's kind of where I'm at with Mo Harkless right now. Right now, it hasn't outweighed it, but he's getting in the zone.
Mo Harkless isn't a disaster. He's just not impactful. And I don't know. And maybe that's the theory. You're just stealing minutes. Use the line that you just used. You're stealing minutes from here. You're stealing minutes from there in an effort to take care of defensive matchups that aren't, again, not a disaster. You know, you're not going to get a ton offensively from him. And he's not forcing anything. By the way, it's not like he's out there going 1 of 11. He was 1 of 4 yesterday. Everybody stunk yesterday. The game before that against the Pelicans, he was 0 of 2. Scored no points. rebounded the ball, did a couple of other things, but it just feels like having a glaring hole in your starting lineup offensively is tough, and maybe they're betting on that's okay because coming off the bench we got Buddy Hield. There's instant scoring right there. We believe there's instant scoring right there coming off the bench with Buddy Hield. Microwave scoring from Terence Davis. We know that that's not necessarily true here 6 games into the season, and we know that Davion Mitchell is a capable double-digit scorer. So maybe that's part of the thinking too, but it's something that I was really noticing in the Pelicans game. Like, I know, like, he's not, like you said, he's not a disaster out there, but he's not impactful either. Yeah. And, maybe that's just a concession that you have to make with this roster right now is we'll take a guy who just does well for us in certain things, even though he's not having a massive impact on either side of the court.
And the thing about it, and, I want to make sure that it's clear because some people listening can't decipher and can't use their listening ears here. Mo Harkless not playing well is not De'Aaron Fox's fault. I'm not saying that. But if De'Aaron Fox is playing up to what we believe his capabilities are, we wouldn't even be talking about Mo Harkless, I don't think.
I disagree.
They'd be like 4-2.
Well, that's
Mo Harkless 4-2.
Okay. You were operating under the assumption they're winning more games if De'Aaron is scoring 25 or 27 points a game, which is a cute assumption for us all to make, but those points are coming from somewhere. So if you're taking a couple of buddy shots away, they could have the same exact record. I know we all believe we're Nostradamus, and we can look ahead, not Nostradamus, Nostradamus. We all believe if we just change this one thing, it changes the whole outcome. Well, if De'Aaron is doing this, Kings are 4-2, they're 5-1. Okay, the points are coming from somewhere. The Kings might very well be 3-3. I mean, we'd still be looking at Mo Harkless. As a matter of fact, if the Kings are 4-2 and they had lost yesterday, we'd be examining this game the same way. Like, they were. If the game played out the same way, we would be examining it the same way. If it was their second loss or their 3, we're talking about a difference of 1 game, and so many people are ready to jump off this De'Aaron Fox building already.
Well, look, I'm being conservative because I think they could have won the Warriors game if he would have played better. They could have won the Jazz game. He scored 12 points in the Jazz game. So it's not like if De'Aaron scores, you're taking points from somewhere else. Like that's what I just took that as. Like you're not. Like he's shooting shots and not making. So if he's making the shots that he's missing, those are not being points taken away from somewhere else.
I think I'm more rational in the sense of I'm not of the belief you change one variable in the equation, the outcome is the same. I think that's lazy. If De'Aaron did this, the team would be 4-2, 5-1. Like, okay. So the Warriors just don't respond if De'Aaron is playing well. So the Jazz just don't do anything. We assume everything plays out the same. It's such a tired-ass sports exercise to me. To me, Mo Harkless, in a nutshell, if that's who you're riding with at the 4, like, fine. Like, cool. To me, the roster feels incomplete right now. It feels like there's a hole at number 4. That's just how I feel. But I guess it's all on De'Aaron. If De'Aaron just plays better, they're 5-1. They're 6-0. They're the darling of the NBA, and that's all we're talking about.
Now you're being ridiculous. But I mean, yeah, you are. They wouldn't be 6-0 if De'Aaron Fox played better.
5-1.
They could potentially be 5-1, 4-2. Like, is it all his fault? No, nobody's saying that. Nobody's saying like this is all his fault.
We're an hour and 40 minutes into the show, and we've barely acknowledged anything else. Hell, we ain't even talked about how well Tristan Thompson played. Or how well Richian Holmes played. We just gave Tristan Thompson a flower a minute ago.
But come on, and you know me, and you know this show. If De'Aaron Fox is averaging 27 points a game, we'd be an hour and 40 minutes talking about how great he is and how Coffee Boy needs to respect him. No, if they're winning. Sure. And Coffee Boy needs to respect him. Absolutely. And we're trying to talk to David Aldridge and the guys at Bleecker. No, come on here now because he's averaging 20. That's what we be doing. Like, come on now. And I'm looking at it both ways. Like, if he was playing great, we'd be singing his praises. He's not playing great right now. Is it going to stay that way? I don't believe so. But I do like the whole it's early and all this other stuff like that. It needs to change. You got to play better. We've had opportunity. And what have I talked about since when their season ended? May last year. The sense of urgency is real. Like, it's not too early to be talking about play better. It's not. You don't have Luke Walton, De'Aaron Fox, Monty McNair. None of these guys have that. Because like you mentioned the other day, it's not just one loss. There's 15 years behind all this. And we spent the whole summer talking about sense of urgency, getting off to a good start. Every game matters, all this other stuff. We can't get 6 games in and say, well, it's still early. No, it's not early. Everybody needs to do their job now.
Both can be true. Everybody needs to do their job, and it still is early. And the fact is, you yourself said this team was a 500 team 20 games in. So we're 506 games in. What the hell are we even talking about?
They could be.
They're
There's
exactly
an opportunity
what
to be
you
better
said
than that.
they would be.
There's an
Exactly what
opportunity
you
to be
said they
better
would
than that.
be.
There's an opportunity to be better than that. And this is how you lose, because you sit up there and be like, well, it's not a big deal because we're 500.
The team doesn't do that.
I'm not saying
we do that. You know better than that. Athletes don't do that.
And I'm telling you, this is how I would approach it. I'd say, no, it's not cool to, like, you had an opportunity to be 4-2 right now.
Which
that
is how
matters.
They absolutely feel that way. 100%.
That's great. But I'm sitting here telling you, like I do every day from 12 to 4, my opinion on it. It's not like that's a winnable game yesterday.
Absolutely.
You got to win that game, man. It's not because you're just this great team or whatever, but the game was on the table for you to win, and you didn't take advantage of it. And I'll be damned if I come back in April and talk about, well, we can point to a game at game 5 that they lost against Dallas. Like, yeah, we shouldn't have to point to those games too much no more, because when it's on the table for you, got to take advantage of it. They didn't take advantage of it last night. That game was there. Dallas isn't that good. Dallas let them right back in it. And they had an opportunity to win on the road. And they fumbled it.
49ers get the win yesterday. We'll talk about that next here on ESPN 1320.
I'm going to close out of this because you're not coming up on my screen real quick. Let me do this again. There we go.
Normal.
Perfect.
I still don't know what the hell this deal for Von Miller was. What did you say?
I don't know what the hell's going on out there, but Cam Reddish looks really good. He's everything, and it seems like he's everything we hoped would happen with Ben McLemore. The way he's playing this year.
No one else had a second and a third, huh?
Them trades is crazy, bro.
Unbelievable.
I don't even know how they have a second and a third. They've done nothing but trade picks for the past 3 years.
How many more years is it? One more?
That's crazy.
That's crazy.
KC, I want the Kings to play better too, but why are you acting like this team is a 4 seed? I'd be happy with 500. So why are we raising the bar all of a sudden? We're going to play bad sometimes. That's the problem. I don't think they played bad last night. I thought there was an opportunity to win, and they didn't cash in on it. That's all it is. Do I expect them to be a 4 seed? Absolutely not. But you had an opportunity. David J, it's only 6 a.m. So this is what we're going to do. We're not going to have a show until 20 games afterwards, and then we'll talk about the Kings. How's that sound? I got you here, Dan. Now, it is a 49ers Monday. Don't forget that, because the 49ers won. They beat the Bears yesterday. And it's a 49ers Monday brought to you by City Center Financial. Refinance today below 1.99% APR at GoCityCenter.com.
Yes, indeed. And we're far from finished from talking about the Kings. James Ham, our 1320 Kings Insider, will be with us. And Jason Jones, they'll be with us together. A nice little Kings round table coming up
nice.
In the 3 o'clock hour. The two most, I guess Jason doesn't technically cover the Kings anymore, but the two most tenured people covering the team. Jason, I think James said Jason hasn't beat by like a couple months.
Yeah.
Jason started a little bit before James did. So we'll have both of those guys on here coming up in the 3 o'clock hour, which will be a lot of fun. James jumped in for a little bit when you were out on Friday.
I was listening a little bit of that. You guys did a great job, man.
Man, that was James. James, I didn't want to put too much pressure. Come do your first 4-hour show. And I think he saw the tweet go out. Was like, hey, I saw Kenny's not here. Like, I'll jump on. So I think he came on for about 2.5 hours. Of course, like, I had no doubt James would do a great job. I just didn't want to put him in a tough spot.
Yeah.
And it thought, this worked out really well. We had, Marshall, two guys that he knows, Marshall and Kyle Madsen on.
Mm-hmm.
Marshall was not dressed like a GQ model when he joined us, but he did say you were ducking him. So
I gotta call Marshall just in general, man. I got to talk to him. He need to come back on here after his Chicago Bears lost to the 49ers.
He's ready. He's ready to come back. I don't know that they're his Chicago Bears, though, based on some of the things he said when he joined us. But he's ready to come back on for Bulls versus Kings. That's for sure. But your 49ers, what'd you say earlier? They get off the schneid.
They got off the schneid.
Yes, indeed. The 49ers get the win yesterday, 33-22, a win that felt like it was never going to happen. And after Justin Fields broke off for that ridiculous touchdown run, I was questioning, this really ain't going to happen. They about to lose 5 straight, extra point missed, which was a theme of the game. But credit to your mans. Jimmy Garoppolo may have had the best game he's had in 2 freaking seasons. And I think it's okay to call this a must-win game, and a game that the San Francisco 49ers absolutely had to have. They did, and Jimmy Garoppolo was one of the many playmakers out there yesterday for the 49ers.
Hey, Jimmy, I have no problem saying this isn't anything about him long-term or anything like that, but he balled. He balled on Sunday. And there was one thing that I didn't understand until later in the game. And I think it was in the second quarter where Jimmy, he went to make a pass. It got batted down. And I guess somebody ran the wrong route. The person he was about to throw it to ran the wrong route, I think. And Jimmy got on dude's head. And I sat up there and I tweeted it. I was like, well, Jimmy, what the hell are you yelling at him about because your pass got batted down? Like, what are you doing? And I kept watching the game like everyone else, and I just saw a level of intensity. I saw a level of urgency from Jimmy Garoppolo. The runs, the quarterback runs, being decisive on the first one that was a botched play by Alex Mack, who continues his not very good season. And Jimmy just saying, I'm taking the ball, I'm running it in. I got this. He had another time where something happened and, fist pump or, he's talking to the guys. He was engaged on a level that I hadn't seen in a while.
He felt that one.
Yes.
Like you saw, when he scored and the way he reacted, like he felt it. He felt that game.
Yeah. And I love seeing that from him. One game for me doesn't change how I feel about him or the possibilities of this team being able to do something, monumental with him under center. I don't necessarily see that, but I was glad to see Jimmy play the way he played yesterday. That was probably his best game. Might have been his best game since the Seattle game in 2019 at the end of the season. And if you don't think that was a great game, you probably go back to probably that Saints game in the Superdome. It was either one of those two games that he hasn't played that well since then. He's
missed a lot of games too, to be fair. It's not like we're talking about 20 games. We're probably talking about 8.
Maybe.
Like we're not talking about that many.
Maybe.
It's just the time frame is very, very long. Jimmy Garoppolo, 17-28 yesterday, 322 passing yards and 2 rushing touchdowns. Third player in 49ers franchise history with 300 passing yards and 2 rushing touchdowns. Jeff Garcia did it in the year 2000, and Steve Young did it on 3 separate occasions.
Jeff Garcia, that's a sneaky name right there, boy.
All this talk about how Jimmy Garoppolo was playing and the quarterback controversy. Somehow Deebo Samuel has found the ball this year. And the numbers that he's putting up are, yesterday, 171 receiving yards. He has 119 on the season. That's the most by a 49ers player through the first 7 games of a season in franchise history. The most, not the second most.
Yeah.
That is the most. And week after week, you look at the Jimmy Garoppolo numbers and you're like, okay, whatever. Obviously, with yesterday's game being the exception, even Trey Lance, whatever. But you take a look, you feel like Deebo's been impactful in every game. Deebo absolutely has been impactful in every game.
He's been phenomenal. And when I was doing 49ers game day, the first few weeks, RIP to 49ers game day. I don't say that about J Street Vibes because it's still around in a certain type of format. I do say that about 49ers game day. RIP. Pour out a little McQueen in the Violet Fog.
What it is.
I would get these numbers together and I would go through all this stuff and, first 3 games, first 4 games and best receiving starts to 49ers history. And Deebo would be moving up the ranks. And every time he'd get up there and it'd be second behind Jerry Rice, second behind Jerry Rice, third behind Y.A. Tittle in 1948. And of course, Jerry Rice. And then to see him yesterday say, there ain't no second about this. This is the best start in the history of 49ers receivers. That just puts into perspective what he's doing so far this year. And that was the 3rd and 19 touchdown. That was the play of the game. And if they can somehow find a way, I don't know how it's going to happen. Not predicting it'll happen. But if they turn the season around and make the playoffs or something like that, we're going back to that play as the game-changing play of this season. 3rd and 19. It looked like another disastrous 49ers drive. And they just got it in the hands of the playmaker. And Trent Williams had a great block, but the playmaker made a play. And the 49ers offense wasn't stopped after that. They were rolling after that moment. And that was the biggest play of the game, potentially the biggest play of the year.
171 yards for Deebo. That is his 3rd game this season with at least 150 receiving yards. He's the first 49er since Terrell Owens.
Oh, that boy T.O.
In 2002 to have 3 such games in a season. For more context of the Garoppolo Samuel relationship here. Jimmy was 13 of 18. Again, Jimmy was very, very good yesterday. 13 of 18 when targeting all other receivers for 151 yards, 67 yaks, yard after catch. Debo, 6 of 9, 171 yards, and 97 yards after the catch.
Ooh-wee.
He's special, dude. He is so, and I'm talking about Debo. He is so special. And all I could think about watching him yesterday, particularly after that third down play, was, man, I hope Kenny's wrong. I hope me and Kenny are wrong because I co-signed this too. I hope this dude can play 16, 17 games
Tell
this
me
season.
about it. Yeah.
Man.
Tell me about it. And to see, he's the one guy that everybody is keying in on right now. It's got to be. If you're an opposing team, there's no Kittle out there. The Brandon Ayuk situation, which is slowly starting to play itself into a positive direction.
Not a bad day from Ayuk yesterday. 7 targets, 4 receptions.
Yeah, slowly but surely it's starting. But as of right now, you go into a game plan going up against the 49ers, like we got to stop Debo. And that's what it's been probably since week 1. And he's still getting these numbers. He's still making these plays. And I don't know who's at fault or whose decision it was or whatever the case may be. But another thing about that 3rd and 19 play is sometimes you just got to get the ball in your best player's hands. Get it in your playmaker's hands. And that 3rd and 19 was supposed to be nothing. Like, I know Kyle Shanahan didn't draw that up to get a first down. It was just, let's see what happens. So it wasn't like he drew up this magnificent 3rd and 19 play. It was like, hey, let's just get the ball to him and see what happens. Sometimes you need to do that. Sometimes it's okay to do that on 2nd and 7. You don't have to wait till 3rd and 19 to do that. Get the ball in your playmaker's hands. Let him make a play. Let him see if there's something he could create. It's not always going to work, but I don't know, 5 to 7 times at least it needs to be like screen or end around. We hadn't seen no end arounds this year. That's crazy. Considering how successful it was for the last 2 years. But just get the ball in his hands. Get the ball in Brandon Ayuk's hands.
Well, since you mentioned him, I'll credit to Kyle Shanahan. Kyle Shanahan called a hell of a game yesterday, and credit to the playmakers for the San Francisco 49ers, because it wasn't just Jimmy, wasn't just Debo. Elijah Mitchell putting up the numbers he did. Elijah Mitchell putting up the numbers I knew were going to happen this year from a 49ers running back. I just thought the 49ers running back was named Trey Sermon. My bad on that. I get half credit, which is still a failure, so I guess I failed in this whole experiment. But Elijah Mitchell, boy, you know, when you talk about if you can get that performance from him, that opens things up. That's Kyle Shanahan's like moment of joy right there. Like, oh, I got that big play running back.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm feeling it. I like this. That opened things up for him. That opens things up for him quite a bit.
I mean, sometimes it's that simple with Kyle Shanahan. And maybe it shouldn't be, but that's what it is. Like if you can give him somebody that can tote the rock, that can run the football, it seems to open everything else that he wants to do. Mm-hmm. And Elijah Mitchell, this kid's good, man. He's good. I'm not going to sit up here and act like, yo, I told you about this 5th rounder. There ain't no Barry Horowitz here. I didn't think much of anything about Elijah Mitchell, but he's legit good. Like you get him out on the edge, and if you block that edge the correct way and get him out in space, he's got speed. He can make the one cut up the field. Like he can do all that. I'd still I still feel like there shouldn't be no way that Trey Sermon plays. Like that's still kind of crazy to me. Like even if Michael Hasty, yeah, he got 3 carries. Trey can get run the ball 5 times between the two of them. Like he should be able to get out there, but
he loses interest in guys quick.
Yeah.
Like lightning quick. Now, this is an outsider's perspective. We don't know what happens at practice and film room and all of this stuff. But man, he was off that ship like week 1. Oh, he wasn't good enough. God bless it. Like, okay, all right then. I guess that's that. But it gets less scrutiny right now because Elijah Mitchell is playing the way that he is. It would be far, far worse, his evaluation of Trey Sermon coming into the draft, if Elijah Mitchell wasn't playing the way that he did. They used the draft capital that they had there on Trey Sermon, and you're like, okay, you can't use Trey Sermon. Raheem Mostert's gone. Well, your whole running game is shot.
Yeah.
But Elijah Mitchell has fixed that, man. And he could be the game changer for the San Francisco 49ers. Like, if he's that kind of running back, that changes everything for Jimmy Garoppolo and probably more specifically Kyle Shanahan.
He absolutely could. There's something I want to ask you before I do that. You're listening to ESPN 1320, KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento on Odyssey Station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. It's Kenny Caraway. It's Damian Barling.
Yeah.
It's D-Lo and KC. You can check us out on YouTube and Twitch, ESPN 1320 on both platforms. And
Kenny trying to replace me. Look at that. See how it is. Like,
Never
get a couple compliments at the company meeting, and there it is. Trying to
can't
big
do that.
round of applause when Kenny
No,
introduced himself.
they had never seen me before. They thought I might have been a robot. They didn't know who I was. He was a real person.
We had an in-person meeting today where we actually around other people. It was wild, like at our studio. And I forgot how horribly disgusting the ESPN 1320 studio is, that Jesse's sitting with like a picture of Will Kane on the wall. And
it's still hanging there.
It's still there for no reason.
That.
Yeah, matter of fact, take all of those freaking pictures down, Jesse. Like right now, just remove them all. And our vice president of programming is, hey, tell everybody about, and like everybody knows everybody. Hey, Kenny, tell us about radio. And Kenny, I'm Kenny Carrot, 1/2 of D-Lo and Casey. Woo! 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 Like, no, that didn't happen with nobody else. Nobody else.
Wait a minute. We walked into applause. What was that applause about? Well, I walked into applause. What was that about?
I guess everybody was waiting for you to get there. I don't know what it was. I'm Kenny Caraway.
Once again,
wow.
They weren't sure I was a real person. That's all that was.
Okay.
They hadn't seen me before. That's all it was. Shout out to
how it
Joe.
is. Now you doing the hey, I'm just here. Don't mind me.
Shout out to the VP. You know what I mean? Not great meeting. I really did enjoy myself. I like, maybe it's just one of those.
Damn near got a standing ovation. I would enjoy that meeting too.
Shout out to Mia. Shout out to Squints. You know what I'm saying? They were in the building as well. Shout out to Charlie, who's in the building, man. Saw my man Charlie. Yeah.
Oh, cool. We saw people today. It was a wild experience. We ventured out of our homes today. That's probably more applicable to me than it is to you. Like, I ventured out of the house today and was around people.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. Oh, yeah, we'll talk about that. Yeah, we'll talk about that later, because I ventured out of the house last night. I had a good time. But I wanted to ask you though, 49ers, 97, almost said his name, 97, who made a play yesterday. I was about to ask the question if I didn't see a play made today or yesterday. I was going to ask the question, yo, where's he at? Where's he been at? You know what I mean? Everybody talking about getting pressure on the ball and one guy can change where he's been at. But he made a play yesterday on Justin Fields, and that sparked a lot of different pressure throughout the game, I felt. But he said after the game, he said on Saturday, I don't know if you heard this, he said John Lynch came and talked to everybody. And it was like John Lynch came to talk to us, like at the team meeting. And I didn't realize this until I did a little more research. That's not the norm. The GM in this particular case come down and talk and make sure everybody's mind's right. And I don't know, he didn't get into specifics of what was said in that meeting, but I take it as, he didn't give him a tongue lashing, but it was like, look, we need to turn this around. Like this is unacceptable. You surprised to hear that? To hear John Lynch kind of did something out of the norm there in that situation and came and talked to those guys?
Because it's out the norm, yes. But my first thought when I heard that was, isn't this the value of a general manager that was a player?
Mm-hmm.
In John Lynch, to his credit, was a player at the highest level. Like he was playing on Super Bowl teams, right. So isn't that something that some other general managers can't offer you? Like, it's one thing for a coach, right, or it's another thing for a guy who's been the general manager of a Super Bowl team. But I think it's different when a player, a guy who played, a guy who experienced what you're experiencing, a guy who has experienced the 4-game losing streak, a guy who has experienced being on a team that had expectations, but I think you like to use the phrase, they're stuck in the mud. They can't get moving. They can't build any momentum this season. I think there's value to that. And that was the first thing I thought of. I didn't know as much as if it was abnormal. It's certainly not something that we've heard about before, but I thought that makes sense. Like, because if he has a good relationship with players, I would think, here's what I went through.
Yeah.
Here's what we did. Here's what we were able to accomplish. I think there's value in that. He's
got the gold jacket or yellow jacket or whatever it's called. He got that.
He's got all the jackets.
Yeah. He got that this year. So if it's not one of those things where, no disrespect to anybody, but they got in the Hall of Fame in 1985 and they come and talk to you. No, these people in the team, they just seen him get his gold jacket and probably watched it because, that's our general manager. So I'm going to watch, this montage on his career and things of that nature. Oh man, he really was pretty good. It plays a big role. I was listening to our guys over on 95.7 The Game, our sister station, Morning Rose, Bonte and Butcher. Shout out to our guys. And they said not to minimize what John Lynch does as a general manager, but they were like, this is why he's here. He's not always going to pick the right guy or, have the right formula or whatever the case may be.
He ain't picking the guy.
But this is why he's here.
Sure.
If things are going left or something is needed in that locker room that maybe Kyle Shanahan can't provide. John Lynch walks to the door and he's talking to you. And you can only probably pull this string maybe twice a year. You can't do it all the time. Like if he would have came in there,
you can't get
Green Bay loss. It probably wouldn't have the effect. But after a loss as detrimental as the Colts loss was, and going into a game that you had to have any semblance of hope for your season, that's when John Lynch walks through that door and has a conversation with everybody. So
that's a break glass in case of emergency situation. Like John Lynch can't do that again this year, or at least expect it to have any impact. And of course, we're assuming it had impact. I mean, you talked about Jimmy Garoppolo and the fire that he seemed to play with. You look at those 2 touchdowns. He was celebrating. I think his furthest throw of the entire game was after he scored the touchdown.
Second, because that deep ball he threw at the end of the first half, that was maybe the best ball I've ever seen Jimmy Garoppolo throw.
I don't know. I think he threw that touchdown at a Soldier Field. Like after he got in the end zone, I think
he
that
threw
one
it to Arlington, Illinois, which is where he's from and where the Bears will be playing. So
he threw it to his old house, I guess. But yeah, I mean, maybe that was I don't think these guys, it's like the De'Aaron Fox conversation that we were having earlier. Like these guys are aware of the situation. De'Aaron's aware of how he's playing. The 49ers are aware that they lost 4 games straight. They're aware that this season is on the verge of slipping away. They know they needed to beat the Chicago Bears. But sometimes someone can relay a message to you in a different way. Message may very well be exactly the same as what's in your head, what your teammates have talked about, but they relay it in a different way. And it comes from, someone else's experience. And I think that could mean the world to them.
Yeah. 100%. So that,
and again, we saw them play really well against Chicago, who I think Chicago's coaching is terrible. I think there are a lot of elements to the Chicago Bears that are terrible, but I don't think overall they're a terrible football team.
I don't think they got some components. They got some pieces.
I think they've wasted a couple of years with the coach that they have and let some of these pieces rot. But hey, that's just me.
Well, yesterday they had fake Mike Budenholzer coaching.
They did indeed. They did. They did indeed have fake Mike Budenholzer coaching. Leave that man alone, man. What's wrong with you? Leave that man alone.
What cracks me up, man, and I hope he gets a job. This is no knock on him. But there was after the Niners scored a touchdown, they missed the extra point. They go to the fake Mike Budenholzer, and he was like, "Yeah, let's go. Come on, guys. Come on, let's keep it up, man." They just scored a touchdown on you. There wasn't even like pressure on the extra point. He just shanked it. Like he had nothing to do with it. He was excited. That was akin to the DB who gets beat, but the wide receiver drops it, talking about, no, lockdown. No, fam, relax.
That's my favorite. No, my favorite is truly not the receiver dropping it when the quarterback overthrows it by 20 yards and the DB's like, no. Ain't gonna get me. I'm that guy. Like, oh, Kirk Cousins overthrew him by 20 yards, man. What are you celebrating?
No. John Poles asked a good question in the chat.
Mm-hmm.
Where's John Bull?
Is John Bull ducking
Where's John Bull?
Case? I don't.
Hey, you guys got about 3 to 4 minutes to go on Twitter at him. Let him know Flipside is coming, and he doesn't want to miss it.
Oh, we got Flipside. We got best thing we saw this weekend, and man, we've got to talk about some of the news in the NFL, and there's quite a bit to dive into. Plus, we'll get back to the Kings. Lots more ahead here. It's a 49ers Monday brought to you by Gilmore Heating, Air, and Plumbing. You get more with Gilmore. You get more with D'Lo and KC on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. You got the show?
Yeah, you're good. Oh no, 13th round. Yeah, I actually do. Go ahead.
I got you.
Yeah.
Oops.
13th round. Your main man, Kenny Caraway. Shout out to my people over at Meister. Shout out Ryan. You know what I'm saying? And the whole family over there. And it's about to pick up in boxing. And it started a couple weeks ago. I don't want to say it started now. It started with Wilder and Fury. But this week is Canelo Caleb Plant week. Oh, baby. Showtime is doing a phenomenal job with the all access shows, and it's just getting me hyped for this fight. It's really getting me hyped for this fight. And it's interesting because I'm going to give you guys my prediction later in the week. But seeing the dynamics of this fight, it comes off a couple of different ways. So if you watch all access, you see like this bougie Canelo Alvarez, right? He's out there golfing, and he's just he's almost wine and cheese crowd, right? He's got the Dolce & Gabbana shorts, and he's walking around in all these fitted tailored things, no socks, showing Achilles, in his San Diego mansion and things of that nature. And then you see Caleb Plant, and Caleb Plant is looking like he got it out the mud. Caleb Plant is out here, and he's I'm just grinding. I've been waiting for this moment. This is my moment in time. And it just brings up an interesting dynamic, because typically when you see something like that, you would say, the guy that's getting it out the mud, he's hungry right now. The Canelo's sleeping in silk sheets. Canelo's eating spoon with a fork. Or no, Caleb Plant would be eating spoon with a fork. Canelo's got a big old spoon, right? But I don't know, man. Canelo's built a little different. I don't think Canelo is looking at this fight as the easy fight other people are looking at it as. I think he's taking this seriously. He's taking Caleb Plant seriously. He said something in the 24/7 where I got confidence in myself, which he should. I believe that I'll figure it out and I'll get it done. And there's no problem with that. But I don't think he's taking Caleb Plant lightly. I think he's going to be ready to fight. And Caleb Plant is going to come bring the fight. I'm undecided on who I think is going to win this fight, but we'll talk about it. We'll talk about it more this week. That's the 13th round. Oh, boy, they're doing a great job. Canelo Alvarez is just so much more enjoyable off the zone. I think that's what it is, Jesse. I really do. I think that's what it is. I I didn't like the nonsense on the zone with Eddie Hearn and the people he was fighting. That's all it was. Because I don't have a problem with Canelo, the individual and the fighter. I think he's a great fighter. I think he's a great fighter. He's a star. But that whole charade on the zone was just nauseating. Absolutely nauseating. Yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely. They said pay-per-view was dead. And they're trying to bring back pay-per-view, and they haven't given us pretty much any top flight fights. It's been a failure. And it's sad that it's a failure. I wish that it wasn't, because I love the idea that they have of, $10 a month, you get the best fight. It's a great blueprint, but they've lied to us. They haven't been able to cash in. No, and they haven't been in great fights. Like, that's the thing. They couldn't give us Joshua Wilder. They couldn't give us Canelo versus Plant or Charlo or Benavidez. It was Canelo versus Billy Joe Saunders and Caleb Smith and Yuldrum. Like, get out of here. Nobody wants to see that. He does, but Canelo got it out the mud, man. I know where he came from. Yeah, that could be true too. Oh, Canelo rocking fits like D'Lo. D'Lo looks smooth today, man. He looked clean today. Come on, man. I saw it. I saw the shoe game. I saw the pants game. He had a little sock showing with it. Come on now. I saw him. Yeah. Back here on D-Lo and KC, and it's a 49ers Monday. After a 49ers win, it's always happy times and singing and celebrations. And remember, the 49ers Monday is brought to you by City Center Financial. Refinance today below 1.99% APR at GoCityCenter.com.
It's the best thing you saw this weekend. By the way, Jason Jones and James Ham coming up Kings Roundtable 1 hour from right now.
Man, there was a lot of good that I saw this weekend. There was a lot of bad that I saw this weekend. We'll talk about it in just a second. Don't get it twisted. But there was a lot of good that I saw this weekend. But you know what, Damian? Nothing warmed my heart like what I saw on Sunday night.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't even a game.
Oh,
not a game. I was scrolling on Facebook.
Okay. Oh, wow. Why?
It was one of them boring moments for me.
Okay.
I'd seen everything I needed to see on Twitter and Instagram. And I was like, well, let's go here for a second. I haven't been here in a while.
Okay.
But I scrolled past the post by my main man, Rohit. Shout out to Rohit. And he posted the brackets for high school football, the playoffs. I guess they get started on Friday.
Okay.
And for the first time since the 1995-1996 season, my McClatchy Lions have made the CIF high school football playoffs, man. Hold on just a second. That gets okay. The first times I know they'd been terrible for a long time, but I didn't know it was that long. I didn't even see a playoff game while I was at school. 95, 96. That was before I was in high school. For the first time since 95, 96, McClatchy football is going to the playoffs. So that was absolutely the best thing I saw all weekend. Big ups to my guys. One more time.
Let's check in with Ramsey and see what the best thing he saw this weekend was. 916-349-1320. Ramsey, what's happening, baby?
Not too much. It's another one from ESPN College Game Day. they had a celebrity picker again, Ken Jong. He was talking. I think it was the Michigan State game where he made his prediction.
No, it might have been. I'm sorry, go ahead. I'll let you finish. Go ahead.
Where he was talking about his wife.
Yeah, that was UCLA, Utah.
UCLA, Utah. But yeah, he was talking about his wife.
He bodied that.
Repeated over the air, but he said, I think her name was Tracy. Tracy, you complete me. Oh wait, that's her last name.
He did body that. That was pretty funny. That was pretty funny.
I mean, hey, it's like I said, second week in a row, ESPN College Game Day Celebrity Pickers has made it. It's almost becoming a must-see event.
Who did it the week before? I missed it.
Bill Walton.
Oh, I remember hearing about that. I didn't see the clip of Bill Walton though.
Bruh, you gotta go back and watch the entire thing. It was one of those. I even heard Luke talk about it. It was one of those. I didn't hear it. It's my dad. It's my dad. I'll leave it alone.
Bill's still talking. He's still making his picks right now for the games over a week ago. 916-349-1320 if you want to get in on the conversation. Best thing I saw this weekend. Did you want to talk more about that Michigan State game, or did you just want to? I think we got college football playoff rankings coming out. Did you? You know what? That's okay. We can just leave it. We ain't got to talk about it. It's fine.
Happens every year. Every year.
It's not going to kill him.
It's not going to kill him. But come on, man. You have 16 in the fourth quarter. That was a Jim Harbaugh special right there. Jim Harbaugh can't win the big one. You can't win the big one.
Yeah, that is accurate. I didn't know if you wanted me to argue with you or no. You're right. And he will lose another one in about 3 weeks.
Well, relax, calm down.
And we'll have Dante. We'll have Dante on the next day to talk it over with you. Well, not the next day. We'll have him on Monday to talk it over with you.
Two things as well. Coach Molly points out McClatchy volleyball and women's basketball always kills it 100%. The women's team, the women's basketball team has carried the school name for the last decade plus. They're killing it. Volleyball, they kill it as well.
did that for a long time.
Oh yeah. The women's basketball team in McClatchy, they're a factory. They are a factory. And Ramsey also comes in and says McClatchy football hasn't qualified since they had Melvin Cook. That is phenomenal McClatchy knowledge by you, Ramsey. Shout out Melvin Cook.
Sometimes I wonder what Ramsey does. Like, does he just
don't know?
Ramsey probably got the newspaper clipping from that last game that Melvin Cook played.
And how does he know about that? He's a Del Paso Heights guy. How does he know about Melvin Cook being in McClatchy?
He's a sports junkie, man.
One more thing before we get to you, because I want to hear your best thing of the weekend. Give a shout out to Cole. Best thing he saw this weekend, his daughter's soccer team getting second place in a 1 year older tournament. I saw that on Saturday. They were playing up, and they had the size discrepancy between the two teams was significant. And to see that they got in second place, shout out to Cole's daughter's soccer team.
Best thing I saw this weekend, I sat down on Saturday night after the football games that I cared about were over and watched Colin in Black and White in its entirety. All 6 episodes. It's about 3 hours and some change if you just watch them one after the other. And it's really the first time we heard Colin Kaepernick talk at length in a very, very long time. But I enjoyed the hell out of the series. I thought it was really good. I appreciated like the ability to relate to some of it. I assume it was honest, but it's just from a viewing perspective. I really enjoyed it. I also enjoyed the reaction to it because it reminded me how in the head Colin Kaepernick is of a certain portion of our population. And for so long, people have told me, yo, you can't put Cap in the same conversation as Ali. You can't put Cap in the same conversation as Ali. Please sit down and don't tell me what I can do. Because I assure you, Colin Kaepernick will be in the same conversation as Muhammad Ali when you're talking about activists and athletes 10, 20, 30 years down the line. He's going to be mentioned in the same vein. Right now, remember, Muhammad Ali was hated until he couldn't talk anymore. Then when he couldn't talk anymore, he wasn't a threat to anybody. So everybody loved him and they fell in love with him. And you know, another reason they fell in love with him was because everything that he was fighting for decades earlier, he was right about. And it was like, oh, you know what? We've got to show everyone we were on the right side of history. It's the same thing with Martin Luther King. people hated Martin Luther King until it was like, oh, he's right. Yeah, but you know what? We'll just rewrite the history books and say, oh, Dr. King was always the way we wanted it to be, and we had the perfect antithesis to him with Malcolm X. Two very different messages for a period of time. Colin Kaepernick's going to be in that same conversation when all is said and done. Yeah. And I'm reserving saying anything bad about Muhammad Ali because I watched something else. Something I already knew, but I did walk away from it like, man, we really hold Muhammad Ali in a certain spot when he did a lot of stuff that's really freaking funny. And I'm not talking about, I'm talking about within the culture, funny. Talking about Malcolm X. Talking about Joe Frazier. Like, I'm talking about those things. But I loved watching the reaction to Colin Kaepernick because it's amazing to me that the dude hasn't been in the league, hasn't been on a television screen in 5 years. And yet he is still in the head of a segment of this population. But the show in and of itself, I really enjoyed it. It's worth, I mean, I think once you, it's easily watchable. Like, it's easy to watch through beginning to end. It's, again, treat it like a long movie.
I definitely want to check that out. I saw, I think it was Sunday morning, something that ruffled some feathers.
The combine?
That. Yeah. And I'm just how I am. I haven't read the book, and I understand the comparison, but I never like when people refer to athletes or the structure of professional athletics as slavery. Like, I think Draymond did that a couple of years ago. I'm not stupid. I hated that. And what was the
it brought to mind that people don't know what slavery actually was.
Right.
It's like, no, bro, this is not the same.
Not at all. And what was the legendary sports writer who wrote $40 Million Slave or something like that? It just, I got to read. That's why I'm saying I got to read that book because I understand where he's going. I don't like that. I do not like comparing these guys who are paid and free to slaves. Right. But the comparison to how they sold the slaves or auctioned them off to different slave owners and the football players specifically. I mean, I'm not saying that they're slave owner. I'm just saying it's the exact same thing. Like, it is what happens. And because I think I understand everything about it, I can understand what Colin is saying and not take offense to it and understand there are similarities to it. But that upset a lot of people. And I'm like, you guys, he's not right, but he's not wrong either. You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense?
So if you watched it in its entirety and watched the entire thing play out and you have that feeling like that, that's fine. That's your interpretation of it. If you took the social media clip and just watched that kind of the video segue that they did as Cap was walking, that's your fault. You're lazy. If you want to be lazy and assess and go on Twitter, which, if you recall, is not real life, then that's your business. You're welcome to do that, but understand that you're lacking complete context to what he was talking about. Right. And again, I'm 100% with you. No athlete. If you have ever compared athletics to slavery, you have no clue what slavery was. Like, absolutely none. They're not the same. But the instance in which he was speaking was there of like, oh, okay, I see what I see what he's doing right here.
He's right. They do the same thing. Now, these athletes have the decision. They have the opportunity and the decision to be like, I don't want to be a part of this, and they can move on with their life. That's one of the glaring differences between the two. But what they do at these combines is not far off from what happened there.
Yeah. Wow. It's on, for those who don't know, Colin in Black and White is on Netflix. I see little brother 45 is already in his feelings, man. You could be in your feelings all you want to. I'm not living in the moment with Colin Kaepernick. I respect Cap. I have a tremendous amount of respect for Cap and what he's meant to the movement. And when you talk about what we saw in the bubble, and when you talk about what we saw from the WNBA and what we've seen, all of these symbolic gestures from the NFL, Cap did all that. whether it's in the social, what is it called again? The Social Justice Coalition or the Players, whatever that thing is in the NFL that no one's really buying is real. That's because of Colin Kaepernick. All of these different, I may be stepping a bit too far. Simone Biles, Colin Kaepernick. You could draw a direct line between so many of these things with activists, not just speaking up in social issues as it pertains to black and white, but athletes speaking up mental health illnesses, athletes speaking up with LGBTQ plus those types of things. Yo, that's Cap.
Yeah.
Colin Kaepernick, not the way we traditionally use the word Cap. That's Colin Kaepernick. And so you can live in the moment right now and believe all of the stuff you read in your little bubble on social media. Cap's going to be in the history books 10, 20, 30 years from now.
As he should be. As he should be.
A couple of quick World Series isn't over. Boy, it looked like for a minute it was going to be. It looked early in the boy, they getting this done quick. And they did. That was actually that game yesterday, the first one, the whole series that entertained me. I was like, okay,
you didn't like Saturday?
This is fun. Oh, I wasn't tuned in on Saturday. I was watching Colin in black and white.
I had a lot of decisions to make on Saturday, and
I was not watching.
I was at one point. Well, I just needed I needed one block of college football games to get away from college football after what happened in the first block. Okay, what happened in the first block, the 9 o'clock block? I was like, you know what? I'm not watching college basketball or college football from the 12:30 to 4 o'clock block. I'm just not doing it. I'm not interested. It took the sales out of me, right? So I was doing other things at that point. And then at the 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock block, I had decisions to make. There was some basketball I wanted to watch. The Jazz versus the Bulls were on. Heat Grizzlies, I wanted to see that. There were some games on, some college football games that I wanted to see. But I said, you know what? It's the World Series, man. Come on now. It's the World Series. Let me take a look at it. And it was a good game. It was a really good game. I thought that was going to be the death blow for the Astros losing the game the way they did. I think it was the 8th inning. They were up 2-1. No, it might have been the 7th inning. Up 2-1 in the 7th inning, back-to-back solo home runs to basically lose the game. Oh, that was tough. And I said, you know, the one thing for them is they got to just look at it as just get back to Houston. If we can get, whether it's realistically or not the case, they just need to look at it as just win on Sunday, get back to Houston, and we'll take our chances there. And they were able to do that, man. So I thought Saturday's game was a good game. I didn't get a chance to see yesterday in its entirety because I was out with my people in Laguna West over there trick-or-treating all over the place.
I saw IG was lit.
It was lit. Shout out to my man DJ E. Shout out Elias. Shout out Cedarview because it was popping over there. Yeah, Halloween over here was lit.
Yeah, I don't have kids, so I was watching.
You didn't have to have kids to come out here next year. Come on.
Well,
Danny.
now I know that the jackasses in Placer County actually let off fireworks on Halloween. Yeah, it just a handful. Just a handful. It was enough to where I was like, yo, is this? Oh, we doing this? Wow. There was a lot of decorations. So apparently in my neighborhood, Halloween it's a big deal. But then I started hearing the pop, 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 pop. I was like, oh, come on, dude. What are we doing? What are we doing?
It isn't just for kids.
Okay. I saw that. It looked like it. I was like, boy, this is it's quite the party they got going on here. Jameis Winston and Derrick Henry out for the season. Jameis Winston torn ACL. Derrick Henry. They're saying. I mean, Derrick Henry just went to IR moments ago. They're saying he's likely out for the year. I think in the case of the Tennessee Titans, they may be looking at it like, oh, perhaps a playoff run. Maybe he's back for that. Adrian Peterson back in the league, picked up by the Titans today. Von Miller traded.
That's just ridiculous.
Von Miller traded to the Rams.
Come on, man. Come on. Oh, so all of a sudden, after not having any capital, you know what I'm saying, any draft capital, any cap space, none of it, all of a sudden, the Rams are able to trade, and they somehow have a second round and a third round pick to trade for Von Miller.
How convenient is that? Wow, how convenient is that?
Come on, man. Come on, man. You know who the Rams are turning into? And Jay Stahl, I hope you're listening. They're turning into the Dodgers because they were out here. Oh, we're going to the Super Bowl. We're top flight. We got Stafford, all this other stuff. Sean McVay, genius, da-da-da-da. And it wasn't enough. The Cardinals came and spooked these boys. So they went out and got Von Miller. At this point, the Rams would be a failure if they don't win the Super Bowl. I'm putting it out there right now. You don't win the Super Bowl, you're a failure.
The reason, so this is interesting. The Broncos are paying $9 million from the 9.7 he's due this year. So that's pretty much how they were able
John
to acquire
Elway,
him.
you weak, bro.
Well, that's facts. That is big time facts. John Elway is weak. But quite a newsworthy day. Yo, shout out to Mike White. Mike White getting the job done against the Cincinnati Bengals, who are a one and done in D-Lo's power rankings. They're in, they're out. Like, no love for them. But Mike White, he'll sit atop the imaginary quarterback power rankings or like whatever. I'm not sure. But a hell of a performance from him yesterday from a quarterback that we didn't know existed about 2 weeks ago. And shout out to Cooper Rush. You heard that right, Coop. I don't know. I think Chris Collinsworth pointed this out on the broadcast. I don't know what the Cowboys wanted to see from Dak Prescott, but they showed the video of Dak Prescott pregame, and it was like, that didn't look good enough to play. Like he's out there, he's sweating, he's moving around, he's doing his little hip dance, and he looked totally normal. But they went with Cooper Rush, who rewarded them, had a decent little ball game, not a big day from Ezekiel Elliott, but enough for the Cowboys to get the win against the Minnesota Vikings. Interesting weekend.
A very interesting weekend. It's a concern. And I hope he's 100% okay. 100% okay. But it's the calf. Okay? And not only is it the calf, but it's the calf on the same leg that you broke last year. Yeah. So I understand them playing with caution. We talked about it before with this NFC East. I might sit Dak out another week, another 2 weeks. You have so much room to play with there.
Can you?
The main concern is having him ready for the playoffs.
Can you imagine being someone who went on TV or the radio or on social media and said the Washington football team was going to win the NFC East? Could you imagine being one of those people who spent the offseason talking about how good the Washington football team is? And are you going to tell me that they're bad because they lost Ryan Fitzpatrick? Man, boy, when the media fall in love with a coach, they really fall in love with a coach because there's no other reason to believe in the Washington football team other than Ron Rivera. Their defense is this. Yeah, okay. Okay, bro.
I'm trying to think about it, and I don't know if I picked them or the Cowboys. I think I picked the Cowboys.
I think you picked the Cowboys.
But I did think the football team would be better. I was a believer in the defense and all that other stuff. They're not any good.
Man, you might be able to sit Dak for about a month.
Seriously. Don't play him to the Chiefs game.
Shoot, man. That division is something.
Hey,
that division is something.
The other thing that I'll say about yesterday, and I know this comes off very strange because, well, they won the Super Bowl. But it doesn't seem like the Bucs still can beat good teams.
I knew you were going to take this opportunity to pounce on the Bucs.
Now, maybe they can parlay this into playing. Who's the weakest division winner in the NFC right now? It would be, I don't know. They actually are all pretty good right now. So they wouldn't have a Washington to go up against in the first round. But maybe they can parlay this into,
the divisional leaders are loaded. Goodness gracious. If you believe in the Cowboys, where will the Packers finish in our power rankings? That'll be interesting.
You know what's interesting about the Bucs is we talked about it numerous times before, but I mean, look at the remaining schedule. It's garbage.
It's their fault.
Like they're gonna, at worst, they're gonna be 13-4, in my opinion.
Is Taysom Hill the quarterback for the?
You know, so I was in it. Like I said, I was super all over the place yesterday, and I was going in and out of that Saints game. And was he the quarterback?
No. He wasn't yesterday because I think he's on IR. Trevor Siemian was the quarterback yesterday.
Oh, that's
but what
right.
I mean is because I think he got cleared magically. I'm sure after Jameis Winston got hurt, he was cleared today. Like he's back at practice.
Mhm.
Is Taysom Hill the quarterback or is Trevor Siemian? Is Trevor Siemian back in the NFL as a starting quarterback?
He just might be.
Wild times.
Just might be.
Wild times. Alvin Kamara is going to have like 47 carries.
Well, Mark Ingram was back yesterday.
Mark Ingram was back. Yeah,
I did see that. I saw Mike Ingram come back yesterday. So, yeah.
We'll get back. Oh, we'll see. Best thing we saw this weekend. A couple of quick hits around the NFL. Flip side. I think we got flip side coming up. I think I have a stat too. You hear this? You hear this? Y'all come get your boy, man. Look at the way he's acting.
Somebody tag John Bull.
Flip side ready on a Monday. What a nice little treat for all of us. By the way, I have the ultimate 49ers, the ultimate stat from the 49ers game that I think you'll love.
Okay.
As a matter of fact, I take that back. I don't think you'll love it. I know you'll love it.
Now I'm intrigued.
We'll have that for you. Plus, James Sam, Jason Jones coming up. Kings Roundtable on the way here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Slide real quick.
Yeah, let me chug this real quick. I don't have a house show. I did watch Rampage on Friday, and I had a feeling. I think we talked about this on. I don't know if we talked about it Friday, but we might have talked about it on Thursday. I didn't think Bray was going to show up. Like it feels like it didn't feel like there was any real momentum for him to be there, other than that countdown thing. Or not the countdown, but the thing that he was doing on social media. It didn't feel like, I don't know. I felt like there was momentum, like for Daniel Bryan, and obviously just a ton of stuff for CM Punk. But I just didn't feel like it was there for Bray. Other than Halloween, and I thought they were smart putting the zombie lady whose name I forgot. I never knew her name. That's a gimmick that's just not for me. Although I thought they had a hell of a match. I think Britt Baker's Britt Baker is up there with Bianca Belair as the two most talented women, I think, in wrestling right now. Of course, Sasha and Charlotte are up there also, but I thought that was smart putting her in the main event, because that's what got me, was like, oh, okay. Let's see what happens here. Let's see what happens. And nothing. Which is fine, because ultimately that's what I thought. Nothing was going to happen. John. Yeah, Warren asked me. Yeah, I'll get some up. It's not too hard. I'll put the I just added some new women's gear yesterday, but yeah, I'll add some stuff for kids today. D'Lo and Casey love the kids. Oh, okay. Is it that's starting now? You're listening to ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, an Odyssey station. Okay. Done and done. No, Bray Wyatt didn't show up. No. And I didn't think he would. There was no momentum for it. Momentum. Mike McCarthy told reporters Dak should be go for Thursday's practice.
You don't have to do that, Mike. Now, the thing about that, though, is they are trying to probably get the 1 seed, so get that bye.
Yeah. Probably when they're in the Super Bowl. Honestly, Bryce, I don't know what the hell happened. It might very well show up at your doorstep, and then you'll just give it to a small person, and we'll give it to a kid. Well, I thought like the zip ups that Jazz wanted me to make. Like people have been having problems with them, so they keep registering as sold out. But Bryce actually bought one, and the reason he was able to get one is because he purchased one in extra small.
Oh my!
Go ahead, Kenny. Take my job. There you go.
It's a 49ers Monday. That's a 49ers win Monday on top of that. And it's brought to you by City Center Financial. Refinance today below 1.99% APR at GoCityCenter.com.
You a whole different dude when this team wins.
Well,
you smiling and laughing, and we got flip side. Look, we had Halloween yesterday. We had you had the party in Laguna. We had Kings basketball yesterday. But we had a meeting, an in-person meeting this morning. But somehow, despite all the odds, my man managed to get Flipside ready today. There were no issues with the website. No, didn't. Oh, that's me. I forgot to put it together. None of that. My man, despite all the obstacles in his way, my man had time to put together Flipside.
Did you miss me?
Yeah, okay.
Look, the people were very upset. I took it personal, not personal like as an insult, but I took it, as I let my people down when I didn't have it ready. Well, Monday, once again, wasn't my fault. But when I didn't have it on Tuesday, that was all me. Mm-hmm. And people were looking forward to that. I let them down, man. Okay. I said, I can't let that happen again.
It's just a coincidence that they won.
It's just a coincidence they won.
Okay.
That's all it is.
What'd your man Cameron say?
What a coinky dink.
All right.
I saw a really, really good interview with Cameron that I haven't even finished yet. When he was on Drink Champs, like earlier in the year. Cam might be the best interview in all of hip hop.
Interesting. Okay.
Because he don't lie. He keeps it real, and he'll talk about pretty much anything.
He got nothing to lose at this point. Like he's far enough from the game. He got nothing to lose. Jason Jones and James Ham are going to be with us. James. James might just pop on whenever he's ready. Jason Jones will definitely be with us at 3:20. We'll have a little Kings roundtable. We'll talk about the Kings weekend, and we'll talk about the Kings week ahead, and we'll get everybody's opinion and assessment on De'Aaron Fox as well. But let me not keep, because you said you thought the people were disappointed. Let me not keep the people waiting. Can you go ahead?
Hey, man, we got Flipside here. And I want to give a shout out to our guy, Rob W., who's my guy. Rob W. shows a lot of support for the show and on Twitter. Good guy. I don't know. He just ain't feeling me today because he's had nothing but negative things to say about me all day. And he says in the chat, Kenny only says it with his chest when it goes his way. I'm sorry you feel that way, Rob. I don't think that's true, but I'm sorry you feel that way. This did go my way, though. And here it is, without further ado, Flipside, 49ers versus Bears.
Flipside. Third down and 19 here. Money time for the defense. Four-man rush. Safety's back. Corners off. 3 left, 1 right for the 49ers. Quick screen left, almost broken up by Quinn. Debo Samuel, 20, 25, 30. He's got the first down and much more. 40, 45 of the Bears to the 30. 20 being chased by DHC. And I don't know if he's going to get him all the way down to the pylon, and it's a touchdown. Touchdown Samuel on a receiver screen goes 84 yards. An extra point away from tying it up.
He's back! He's back! He's back!
Crowd roaring. Warner out to the left side. He'll be flexed to the boundary. Now in motion. Settles wing left. Garoppolo with Juszczyk in the backfield. Deebo Samuel now. Also in motion. Snap to Garoppolo on a quarterback keeper. Looking for the end zone. Diving in. He's in for the touchdown.
Yeah, they had us the first half. I'm not going to lie.
Flip side. Fields now brings him back the other way. On the tape. Fields was going to do something with it, but it was not this. He's trying to get out of trouble. Breaks out of a tackle left. To the 15. 10.
Psych!
Got him! Got him!
They thought I was going to play that!
Might lead at the Bears 5 first.
This is what needs to be played.
Snap out of the gun. Garoppolo, the keeper left. Rolls his shoulder across the goal line into the end zone for the touchdown and fires the football into the lower level of the stands. He's got over 100 friends and family here. And Garoppolo runs it in for the second time today. 5-yarder and a 29.
This is hilarious. This is hilarious.
You're a child, dude.
John Bull and Ramsey were wrong.
Oh, snap. Oh, snap. Oh, snap. Reese got in here and on a couple bars.
You are a child, dude.
Reese got in here. I didn't even know Reese was in here. He had to say that. I'll just say it.
You are a
my
child.
favorite part is when they thought I was playing that Justin Fields play. Got him.
Oh, wow.
It didn't even have to go down like this.
Oh,
if everybody would have just been humble and respectful, I would have just played flip side, and it just would have been flip side. It didn't have to go to singling anybody out. But they told me to. I wrote it down. They were like, yeah, write it down. It's like, all right, I'll write it down. I didn't say nothing. I didn't say the Niners were going to beat the Bears. And I just like, all right, that's how you feel.
Childish Ken Bino is my new favorite thing. Oh, man. Childish Ken Bino. Well, I'm glad you're happy. Yeah. I'm glad your team got the dub.
You know, in all seriousness, number one, I'm not going to go too hard on the Bears because our boss is a Bears fan, so not going to go too hard on the Bears. Number two,
she knows they stink. Don't worry, she knows. She's aware. Number
two, I'm having fun with it. It's a good time. Trash talking. Once again, nobody trash talks like a man. That's just what I do. I don't start nothing. But when we get going, then I just don't know how to stop. But all that aside, Niners ain't done nothing. Niners got to win. They needed to get a win. They got it. Good for them. They ain't done nothing. They haven't done anything. They aren't going to convince me that they're back or things are fixed or anything like that. I'm not saying they got to win the next two against the Cardinals and the Rams, although Kyler Murray is supposed to not be playing on Sunday. So that'll be interesting to see how that plays out. I almost feel like you got to get that one. You have to get, of the two, you got to get that one. If Kyler's not there and the Hopkins may not be there either, come on now. Come on, man. If you're anything, Kyle Shanahan, Jimmy Garoppolo, you got to get that one. But the Niners ain't done nothing yet. They haven't done nothing. I'm still looking at them with the side eye like you're betting baby boy. I need wins. Simple as that. I don't need no moral victories or one game doesn't change everything. It don't fix everything. If Jimmy comes out and plays like he did last Sunday or in a couple games ago, we'll be in the same position. They need to play good. They have no more room for error.
Okay. Two things. One interesting, one you'll love. Let's start with the interesting. The 49ers were down 16-9 in the second half. Came back to win. That is the first time Kyle Shanahan has come back from a 7 or more point deficit in the second half. Damn. As the 49ers coach. Well, I guess he hasn't been a head coach anywhere else. That is a weird. I got this stat from Kyle Madsen. And it was one of those, are you sure? Like, and I'm going through his feed and he's
crazy.
like, can you confirm that? Like, and he's checking with people like, wait, can you confirm this? Is this right? And everyone's like, yeah, it's bizarre, but it's right. San Francisco hadn't had a comeback like the one that they had in Chicago since week 16 of the 2016 season when they trailed the Rams 21-7 in the fourth quarter and came back to win 22-21 in Colin Kaepernick's final victory.
I was at that game. I was trying to think of what game that was. That was Chip Kelly. I was at that game. It was on Christmas Eve, I think.
Chip Kelly. Boy.
Wow. Cap's last great moment. Yeah, I'll never forget that game. They were out there.
The stat that I knew you'd love. No pass interference calls yesterday.
Thank God. I thought about that too. And I'm glad you found that because I was gonna go through the whole game again and see like
there wasn't one.
Was there any third down?
Nope.
Thank God. It didn't feel like it. But
now the penalty situation is far from under control. They still have some issues there as it pertains to penalties that they got to get they need to get taken care of if they really want to turn this thing around. But they didn't commit any pass interference penalties. They certainly didn't commit any on third and long like we had seen them do with regularity over the course of the last couple of weeks, and not by the widest of margins, but they did win the turnover battle.
That's big, man. You can't give
1-0.
Those I honestly believe. And I'm not, just saying like, oh, if this or they should have done this or whatever. If they would have played a clean game the way they did yesterday, in at least 2 of those 3 losses, in the middle with Green Bay, Seattle, and Arizona, they would have won 2 of those games. Like that to me is the biggest issue with this team. Is they had not been playing clean games. They turned the ball over, losing the turnover battle, and the untimely, I should say, penalties, pass interferences, extending drives, things of that nature. You clean up those 2 things, I think you can see a better team in the second half of the season. But what we saw yesterday, that can't be the exception. That's got to be the rule.
Yeah, you mentioned Sunday. You mentioned the 49ers next game. I forgot you because you weren't here. The Cardinals are going to be coming off that mini bye. Like they played Thursday.
They are coming off the mini bye, but they're not coming out there healthy. I think I'm gonna double check. I think Kyler's supposed to be out for a little while with he's banged up. I saw in and out. Did DeAndre Hopkins come out of that game on Thursday with a hamstring?
Yeah, he did. And according to Cliff Kingsbury, he just kept running back out there.
That's pretty. He just kept running back out there.
That's what he said. Cliff Kingsbury said Kyler Murray's progressing with ankle, but situation is day to day. Won't guess what it'll look like later in this week. Yeah, that's Kyler.
Even if he's not, even if he does play, he's not going to be 100%. So
no,
the mini bye helps them because they have more time to heal from those injuries. And
that was today, by the way. So that's that quote I read was from today.
So it's what do I talk about? It's about an opportunity, man. Arizona might just be better than the Niners when everybody's at their A game. But there's a possibility that due to injuries, Arizona might not be 100%. You got an opportunity I'll just say it, you got an opportunity to still win in the division against a top team in the division. You got to take advantage of it if you want any hopes of doing much of anything this year. And I'm not even talking about division. I've kind of let that go. It's about getting into the playoffs. Although right now they're a half game out of the playoff spot, 3-4.
You're listening to D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento and Odyssey Station.
What do you think you're doing?
Driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. I'm trying to keep my job here. Kenny Caraway, one half of D-Lo and KC. Yeah! Yeah! For those just tuning in, that's a reenactment of our company meeting this morning. Round of applause as Kenny Caraway introduces himself. James Hammond, Jason Jones set to join us. Did we bring up the jerseys on the show?
We did.
How are we
too long ago?
How are we feeling about the? I'll post this poll up on YouTube.com/ESPN1320. But how are we feeling on the City Edition jerseys?
I like them. Hey, look, I'm not. Right now, they haven't gotten to me to the point where I'm like, yo, those are just fire. Like, I don't feel that way, but they look good. They look good.
I just my eyes keep getting drawn to the S. And what is the thing at the end of the S? Like, it almost makes the S look like it almost looks like a J
or a T. Yeah, I don't know. They didn't have to do that.
I just don't like. I kept looking at it like, wait, what is that? And I'm just looking at, it's nothing. It's just an extension of the S. I mean, it's cool.
Yeah, it's dope. And so all those that were
if I'm not crazy, like, I think it's purple.
What, the
jersey?
Let me see this again because I just had it up. That don't look purple to me. Blue dress, black dress.
But that ain't purple. Black. That ain't black and purple.
That's black. Like the actual
the outline
jersey?
is purple. No. The outline is purple. No.
Yeah, the outline is purple. Yes.
Wow.
They went purple and black here, and the lining on the jersey is maybe homage to the the great teams of the early 2000s. That's how their jerseys look. I like it. And since everybody wanted to get all up in arms because I was a little critical and expected the most out of De'Aaron Fox, if I did get a City Edition jersey, I absolutely would get a De'Aaron Fox jersey. I still love De'Aaron Fox. I still think this is the issue. I expect more. I don't hope for more out of De'Aaron Fox. I expect more. And I am confident if he's built the way I think and I hope he's built, anything that I'm saying, I don't think he would look at it and be like, you're tripping. I expect less of myself. I think he expects 25 a night. I think he looks at the game that he played against Dallas and was like, yo, this was garbage. This is not up to my standards. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. With me or his trainer or anybody else pointing out like, yo, De'Aaron played bad. 12 points against Utah, that's unacceptable. When you have high expectations for somebody and you think highly of them and you think highly of their ability, when they play below that, I don't think there's anything wrong with saying that's not good enough. It's unacceptable and saying it in a stern way.
Okay. All right, then.
I'd get a De'Aaron Fox jersey tomorrow, though. I don't know the issue with De'Aaron Fox. I think he's a great ball player. He's just not playing up to his standards right now.
And I think De'Aaron knows that. I think most Kings fans know that. I think what isn't established is what are De'Aaron's standards supposed to be?
And maybe that's where we're all not seeing eye to eye.
Let's bring in ESPN 1320 Kings insider James Ham. James, my man, we got a new setup. Like, wait a minute, we've got a boom mic now, and we've got a Oh, I like it,
James. Okay.
Well, let's see if it works. Does it work?
Whoa,
perfect!
You sound like $1 million.
That's what I'm talking about. There we go. Yeah. So now I can avoid like barking dogs and creeping children and all that stuff.
It's great, man. Welcome to the show. Always great to have you here. Obviously, we're talking about De'Aaron Fox, and Kenny was just talking about how it's okay for him, for fans, for people to point out the way that De'Aaron is playing and say, I expect him to do better. And I think where there's like a lost in translation moment with Kings fans is, what are we supposed to expect from De'Aaron Fox? Like, is it realistic to expect the 25-7 that we saw last year? Is it realistic to expect the 27 and some change that we saw in an isolated part of last year? I don't know, but welcome to the conversation. This is what we've been dealing with for the last 3 hours.
I think it's fair to expect all of that. I really do. I mean, this is an elite athlete. This is a guy who's ready to take off, and you're seeing him he just does not look comfortable. But I'll say this, Tyrese Halliburton doesn't look comfortable, and Terence Davis doesn't look comfortable. And this point I'll make, and again, we're not making excuses here, but Terence Davis and Mo Harkless were added to this roster with like 27 games left in the season last year. Well, Fox and Halliburton and Harrison Barnes, they all missed like the last 10 games of the season. So these guys really didn't have a chance to play together. Then throw in Tristan Thompson, throw in Alex Len, throw in a guy like Davion Mitchell. And so all of a sudden, like 4 of your main rotation are new to what's happening, and they're running different styles. And as of right now, I really feel like Fox doesn't look like at all like the player that we saw before. And the things that make me really think it's mental and just not like some physical thing, like he bulked up too much or something, is his 3-point percentage is all over the boards, like 17%. That's not what I see in practice every day. Like they have 3-point shootouts. It's Halliburton and De'Aaron Fox against Marvin Bagley and Davion Mitchell every day that we're allowed in. We get to see them have a shootout. This isn't the player that we're watching, and the same goes for Halliburton. So that, and also point out the free throw shooting from Fox. Those are the things that really make me think like he's just not in the right place yet. But I think he'll get there. Again, Halliburton is starting where last year he's coming off the bench. They played a lot together, but Halliburton really like let Fox be who he is and didn't step in. And now we're watching Halliburton struggle where coming into the Dallas game, he was 6th on the team in 3-point attempts. Like, how is that possible? Like Davion Mitchell has like 8 more 3-point attempts through 6 games than Halliburton. That's not the way it should be. He really does. So we have to see all of these pieces kind of figure out how to play together. And it's been a little bit slow, but at the same time, they're 3-3. I mean, that's good.
They're 3-3. And this is where me and Damien and I got into it a little bit earlier. 3-3. You play that out over 82 games. It's a 500 season. That's what we're asking for. I have no problem with that. Yesterday was frustrating for me because that game was on a platter. That game was on a platter for pretty much everything from the second quarter on. It was there. Dallas did not look good. They gave plenty of opportunities. And I'm just all about this team this year. If they want to get to the goals that they have set, is breaking the playoff streak. And, some people said things go really well, maybe you get the 6th seed or something like that. When games are on a platter like that, they've got to learn to take them. And realistically, in the real world, you're not going to take every game that's on a platter. I get that. But we can't have too many of those that are sitting there for you that you don't take. You got to close those out. You got to bring those home.
Yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying. And I would counter with there are going to be 5, 6, 7 nights a season where the shots don't fall, where the 3-point shot doesn't fall. And that's, to me, that was the biggest difference. If they would have hit 3 or 4 more threes, I mean, like I'm sure some people aren't happy with me for calling Halliburton out on Twitter. He literally missed the most wide open 3 I've ever seen. Not only did he catch the ball like 26 feet, there was no one anywhere near him. He had time to take 2 dribbles, walk up to the 3-point line, and he still missed. And those are moments where, like, I don't expect that from him. He's too good of a player, and he wants that too much to have those situations. And again, sometimes he missed shots. It is what it is. But, they have to be better. They have to be able to hold their intensity throughout an entire game. I thought the first half was, quite a bit of a mess, the way that Dallas came out and punched him in the face, but they came right back. I thought the third quarter was, like, in a nutshell, what we've seen from Fox all season. He was so good midway through the third. He just kept attacking. They made a bunch of subs. As soon as the subs came in for the last 3 minutes, he was like all over the board. Like, I was shocked. He turned the ball over. He missed free throws. He took some ill-advised shots early in the shot clock. Like, all of a sudden, everything just changed over like in the span of one timeout, and they switched some guys out. So, like, I think for right now, Luke is tinkering with, like, where do I give guys longer runs? Can I give Fox the entire third quarter and then have him sit the first 3 minutes or 4 minutes of the fourth and bring him in fresh. He's trying to tinker and slide things around and see how it works. And when no one has the hot hand, it puts you in a bad position. So I think, again, it's going to be tinkering from the next couple of weeks, but I think they're playing all right.
It's not necessarily a De'Aaron question as much as it's a Kings question. Do they rely too much on the three?
Man, I remember 2 years ago, all we talked about was that Luke Walton said he wanted 35 threes a game. And then all of a sudden, this team is launching nothing but threes. I think that's sort of, again, it goes back to the whole dribble drive motion offense. You want your shots at the rim. You want your shots on the corner threes. It's just the highest percentage, highest points per possession, all that stuff. So yes, but I think this is the NBA, right? This is what the NBA has become. It's nothing but 3-point shots. And it's, again, like it kind of goes back to the Marvin Bagley question. Why is Marvin not playing? And it just kind of plays in the same thing. He just doesn't fit what the Kings style of play is. And as much as, he'd asked for a trade and all that stuff, that doesn't really matter. If he could help this team win and they knew he could help this team win more than guys like Harkless or Tristan Thompson, then they would put him in there. And it's just the style of play that doesn't fit what he does. So, yeah, it's weird. The league is changing, and it's happened so fast. We talked about the Peja Stojakovic thing. He retired. He was third in the NBA all time and made 3-pointers, and he's now 23rd. It's just kind of the way that things change.
1320 Kings insider James Ham with us. Casey, we got much more time with James Ham. I think Jason Jones is going to pop in as well. We got a little Kings roundtable coming up here where we're going to sort all of the problems, and the Kings will win the next 76 games. That's the plan. That's what's going to happen. Book it. James, Jason, D'Lo, KC, back with more here on this 49ers Monday, brought to you by Gilmore Heating, Air, and Plumbing. You get more with Gilmore on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. How are we on reads?
You guys in the chat, don't mind Aceberg. He's an S starter.
Oh, shocker.
He's nothing but an S starter.
What's he
and
talking
Rob
about?
W is having a tough night at the office today. Just taking it hook, line, and sinker.
How does the mic sound? Is it all right?
Yeah.
Sounds great.
Yeah,
All
you
right,
sound
cool.
great. Yeah.
Cool.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
Good.
How's the launch of the Kings Beat going?
It's going well.
Yeah?
Yeah, we're doing well. The podcast is popping. We've had a bunch of.
I noticed you got
subscriptions
your
already.
feed. Like when I opened it, it was like, that's not 2 episodes. That's a lot of episodes.
Yeah.
That's good stuff.
That's huge to get the feed. I had brought the feed to NBC. And so I went back to them and said, hey, it was my feed before and I never signed anything over to you. Can I have it back? And they got back to me and said, okay, it's yours, and handed it over. 190 episodes, but all the subscribers, all the people that come with that. So yeah, it's been good. It's been a good time.
That's
Welcome
awesome.
back.
Yeah. That's awesome.
Let's see. What was that? I heard you slip. What?
Don't just the rule number. You got to ignore them. You got to ignore them.
And I don't hunt. All of you people in there, I do not hunt at all. I was outside building a podcast platform earlier, and then it started raining on me, and I had to throw it together really quick.
So Kenny and I tried to build a podcast platform. We just get more podcasts, and like James literally with his own 2 hands is trying to build a podcast platform. Did you change chairs?
I did. I changed chairs. That
Okay.
chair last week was, that was just a mistake. Yeah, I switched chairs out for sure.
Okay, good.
Yeah, I can build just about anything. I mean, this was kind of thrown together, but I sit in the corner of my bar, and I sit behind a wine barrel, and so basically, I normally have like a box and then 2 books stacked up to put my laptop on top of, and then I have a mic in front of it, but I needed to clean it up and kind of build a platform to raise it up so that this sight line is right on my laptop.
Okay. Well,
yeah,
looks good.
I have some noise dampening coming. Yep.
The James Ham Studio Bar.
That's right.
I Googled you sent me your address, so I hit you're 50 minutes from me. Wow.
Yeah.
I thought you would be much closer. To me at least. No, you're 50 minutes from me.
Well, I don't know where you're at, but
Roseville.
Yeah. It depends on what part of Roseville. Like if you're if you're on 80, I'm probably 35 minutes from the 65 exit. So, Eureka or 65, like it's about 35. It takes me 55 to get to the arena during the day. And it used to take me 45 at night to get home. But the lights in Auburn, they've messed up. So it takes me 50 something to get home. Yeah. It's worth it though.
Hell yeah. You built your house with your own two hands.
I built some of my house with my own two hands for sure. Yeah, we'll have to come up. You guys come up. We'll do a show from here.
Oh, absolutely.
Is there snow up there?
Oh, hang on, guys. Hey, hold that thought. Hold that thought. It's a 49ers Monday brought to you by Gilmore Heating, Air, and Plumbing. You get more with Gilmore. The San Francisco 49ers get the win against the Chicago Bears this weekend, snapping a 4-game losing streak, and they head into that tough one against Arizona coming up this weekend. Kings insider James Ham, kind enough to join us here as we break down the weekend, in which I know we've spent a lot of time talking about the Dallas game, but they did go 1-1 over the weekend, James, and you and I spent a lot of time on Friday talking about, and Kenny, we spent a lot of time leading into the game talking about the Kings are better than the Pelicans. Those are just, if we really want to believe, hey, things are different, this is different, this team's different, you've got to beat the teams that you're better than. And while it wasn't the prettiest 48 minutes, they did walk out a Friday night with a W.
Yeah. Go ahead, Kenny.
No, I was waiting for you, Am. I was about to hop in there on that too, but I wanted to hear what you had to say first.
Yeah, look, I think the Pelicans, like we talked about it before, they didn't do, they chose poorly in the offseason. I think they had some sort of plan. I'm not sure what it was, but not bringing in any shooting is a huge issue for that team, especially when Zion gets back. Mm-hmm. Like if you're going to have Zion on that team, everyone's just going to run a zone against you. And now it's possible you can still get through, and battle. He can still get to the rim, and Valanciunas can still get to the rim, but everything is going to be so clogged up. And, they got some guys who are shooting well right now, but aren't historically good shooters. If everyone goes back sort of to regresses to the mean, they're in trouble. I don't think that that's a great team. And what are they 1-5, 1-6? They're not good. And I don't think they're going to be good. But I thought that about a lot of teams coming into this. I don't think that the Grizzlies did much. Dallas is not a good team. Mm-hmm. I don't care if you throw Porzingis in there or not. Porzingis is just stats at this point. He's not someone who helps you win or lose games. Yeah. Not like what you thought when he was young. So at this point, I don't think, the Kings I thought were as good or better than Dallas, and now they've got to prove it. They got to figure out how to, when you're having bad shooting games, figure out how to get to the rim, figure out how to get to the line and find your stroke.
This sounds a little crazy. I'm answering the question in my head, but I'll ask it anyway. Are the Mavericks one of those teams that you should beat? Like how we look at the Pelicans?
Well, I don't think the Kings have anybody that they should beat yet. I mean, this is the NBA. Until you prove that you are who you are, then you're not, So, I would like to say that they should beat that team, but, 3-3 through 6 games is really impressive when you look at the fact that 5 of them are basically, 4 playoff teams, 1 play-in team, but it's the Golden State Warriors who are playing out of their mind right now. Like to go 3-3 in that stretch is really, really good. But even if you look at these next two games, the NBA schedule has a way of hammering you and putting you back in your place. So, can the Kings go 500 over the next two games? And your first thought is, well, yeah, they should beat the Pelicans. Well, but do you beat the Pelicans on the second night of a back-to-back after flying home from Denver? Can you beat them? I'm from Dallas, from Utah. Can you beat Utah at all? Can you hang in a game with Utah and make it close in the final minutes? But then, coming back the next day, like, what is that game going to look like? 4-game road trip, first game back. It's second night of a back-to-back. So, like, I don't think this team is to a point where we go, oh yeah, they should win. They should win that game. If they end up at 500 on Thursday, then I think they did well. And people could say, oh, I hate that. But at the same time, if they drop 2 games in a row here in their next 2, I wouldn't be surprised. It's a tough schedule.
Do you have a concern with this team right now? Or are you more just like, because I know you have evaluate games in increments of 10, which you've told us that many times, but we're halfway through that increment, a little bit over halfway through that increment. Like, is there something that stands out that you're concerned with?
The chemistry issue, I think, is going to figure itself out. So I'm not concerned with that. I'm not concerned with the 5 guards in the backcourt, even Terence Davis just like being all over the place and really not finding his game. I'm not concerned about that. The only concern that I really have is that if Harrison Barnes or Mo Harkless go down, I just think you're in a lot of trouble. Like, you don't have enough depth at that 3-4 combo, that long athletic person who can defend stretch 4s. I think they need one more player. Again, we've talked about Ben Simmons. We've talked about, I brought up Al-Farouq Aminu. Like, they just need a body. And I don't care if it's, even, like Wenyen Gabriel is playing in the G League. That's, again, I'm not trusting Wenyen to go out there and play 20 minutes a night, but like, he would bring more value to this team than Robert Woodard. And so I definitely see that they have a weakness at that spot, especially if they have any kind of injury or any kind of foul trouble.
We welcome in Jason Jones of The Athletic joining us here. So we determined here, fellas, I think we've got the 2. Now, Jason, I know your job title has changed a little bit at The Athletic, but we've got the 2 longest tenured Kings reporters right here.
I think Cunningham has us beat.
Sean does have us beat.
Oh.
But he covers other things, and he's not.
Give me Sean Cunningham on the phone, please, because that just.
Yeah, he doesn't write like Jason and I do or have in the past, but yeah, he's there
every game
since 2003. Since 2003.
Jason, do you have any? We was asking James a minute ago with the team being at 3-3, Utah coming up, another game against New Orleans here in Sacramento. Any concerns? Do you have any concerns with the team so far?
I think just kind of waiting for De'Aaron to look more like De'Aaron, but I don't think that's a major like, oh my, we gotta crack the glass because of an emergency. I mean, they're 3-3, and with the schedule they've had, I think you go into this and think, you're seeing Phoenix on the road, Dallas on the road, you're seeing the Warriors, you're at Portland, you're hosting Utah. I think 3-3 is not a horrible place for them to be in at this point, especially I think because they've gotten better enough defensively they can overcome De'Aaron not getting 25 points. Whereas I think even yesterday's game, a game like that last season, they lose by 20. Mm-hmm. And I mean, I think you've seen some improvement. It's really small sample size, but I think there's enough to at least be encouraged about the direction they're headed.
Let me ask Jason. I was waiting until Jason got here because I want to get both of your guys' outlook on this. I've been pretty hard on De'Aaron Fox today. Last Monday I was as well after the Warriors game. And I continue to say it's because of the expectations I have for him. I expect a lot out of De'Aaron Fox because I think he's that talented. And I look at the start of this season, and I think he'll get he's not going to be like this all year long. Like, he's not going to average 18 for the season. I think he'll get up to 22, something like that, 7-8 assists. But I look at games like Friday against Utah, last Friday against Utah, the Warriors game yesterday against Dallas. And I don't look at De'Aaron as some kind of, scrub or, or middling player. Those games are unacceptable to me. They're unacceptable for a player the caliber of De'Aaron Fox, in my opinion. 14 points, and we could talk about the Dallas game yesterday with the three-point shooting, which is horrific from everybody on the team. But you're going to have games like that. And I feel if you've got a guy, if you've got just these guys come to mind, a Dame Lillard, a Steph Curry, guys like that, all-stars. As bad as the Kings played, they were there for their guy to bring them home yesterday and win a game on the road. And he didn't do it. And is that being too harsh on De'Aaron to say, hey, I said verbatim, I'm not going to run for it. I said yesterday the game was garbage. 14 points, 4 assists. That's a garbage game from De'Aaron Fox, and it's unacceptable. Is that too much? Are my expectations too high for him? Or is that about right? We'll start with you, James. What you think?
Well, I'll tell you this. Jason Jones and I rarely agree on anything at all. Like, we've known each other for a long time, and there's not a lot that we agree on. But I think, like what he said earlier, like it's just early season. He's going to be just fine. And the weight of the world is on him a little bit. He knows that he's expected to pick it up and take over in that situation. But that's not always how the game goes. You get into a game and all of a sudden it gets mucked up and there are no running lanes for you to go in. And like in a perfect world, he would have had a lot more than 14 points. But, there's also a perfect world where Buddy Hield wouldn't brick threes like that. And Harrison Barnes could hit his shots and, Tyrese Halliburton wouldn't fade away, and miss wide open shots. So like, look, I think you're allowed a couple of stinkers. You also have to remember that his salary just jumped $20 million a year. He knows exactly that number. He knows what this means. And I think there is a little bit of pressure on him to succeed and to finally deliver this team. So I think he'll be just fine. But a lot, again, I'll say it again. I think a lot of it, the mental mistakes that I've seen from him, that's just not typically him. That's not what I've come to know from him as a player. And I think he'll figure it out.
I think he'll figure it out, but I think to me the most concerning thing is just you look at the free throw percentage again, and it's like, come on, I don't think it's unfair to expect your max player who's a point guard to shoot better than 60% from the free throw line. I don't think it's unfair to expect him to make more than 17% of his threes. And then again, also, because it's the first 6 games, if this happened from game 40 to 46, it might look different. You say, okay, he's in a rut, but whenever you start off like this, it looks way worse. And I'm gonna trust that his track record has shown that he'll figure it out. He'll pick it up. He's smart. He realizes he's not playing well enough. He knows that. I mean, he'd probably be the first one to tell you that 14 points is not good enough. And this team is not good enough to overcome him putting up. I don't mean this disrespectfully, but they can't overcome him putting up Mike Conley and Memphis numbers. He doesn't have Zebo and Marc Gasol. They can't overcome him, going out and getting 14, especially if you're only getting 10, 12 from Tyrese, or Harrison Barnes isn't Superman and getting you 30. They need him to be, because you mentioned Dame, you mentioned, Steph. Those are all-star superstars, and he's not there yet. And for them to get to where they want to be, he's got to get closer and closer to that. And right now he's not there. And part of it is just because, hey, I think it's early. I still people were mentioning too, you still wonder, different guys with COVID takes longer for them to look like themselves again. Could that be a thing? Because even at the end of last season, he was tested negative, but even he said, hey, I didn't feel right. Still didn't feel right. So, I mean, like I said, 6 games. If this is game 25 and he's averaging like 15 points and 5 assists, okay, we got a major problem. Something's wrong. But it's just funny. I've seen people who went from we can't trade De'Aaron to we should have traded him for Ben Simmons.
That's crazy.
For a game.
That's
I mean, Yeah, it's I think you would hope that at this point we would all realize that you don't make drastic, conclusions after 5 or 6 games. Weren't the Orlando Magic really good after like 7 games last season?
They were.
I mean, you would think at this point no one would make drastic judgments off of 5 or 6 games, but hey, what fun is that?
That's right. We're reactionary. We got radio shows to do. We got tweets to fire off. We've got podcasts to record. We've got all that stuff to do. It's a 49ers Monday brought to you by Gilmore Heating, Air, and Plumbing. You get more with Gilmore, but we're talking Kings basketball with two of the best. Our 1320 Kings insider James Ham with us and Jason Jones of The Athletic with us here as well. But you both have mentioned this. The fact that the team is 3-3, James, does it speak to the team at all that they've won a handful of games, they've been in all of them, and De'Aaron's not playing well?
Yeah, I think that's a great sign, especially let's throw in Terence Davis, throw in Halliburton. Like, not everybody has had a good run here. So I think it's very promising that this is where they are right now, and that you can see just a huge pathway for success. I think Buddy had one off game, but it was against Utah, one truly off game. And he's going to have some of those. But I think if you look at the trio of Harrison and Buddy Hield and Richian Holmes, they're bringing it every single night. And it's your young guys that are struggling a little bit. And then I think you're getting, while fans don't get it with Mo Harkless, you're getting really solid minutes there. We're seeing guys like Tristan Thompson and Alex Lynch step up. Again, I'll point to the fact that they're all veterans. And so the veteran players who know who they are, know what they are in the league, they're succeeding. The other guys are having, they're hit and miss. And you should expect some of that. These are growing pains. But yeah, I think 3-3 at this point, if you really looked at it and you were betting this thing, you would probably have guessed 2-4, maybe even, 1-5, if you really were honest with yourself about what this team was up against in their first week of the season. And the fact that they're 3-3, I think, is solid.
You know where I'm going, Casey, because James brought up Mo Harkless. And so it's like, okay, I understand I think he's very solid. I like Mo Harkless a lot. I question whether long-term this can be his role. You mentioned solid minutes from him there, James. Is this sustainable, having 2 to 6 points from your starting 4 for 82 games?
Yeah, I think it is. It's sustainable to have that type of player in that type of role. I'm slightly concerned that his inability to consistently hit the 3 does collapse the lane with the starting group. You already have one non-shooter in Richian Holmes, although he's shooting 100% from 3 at this point. Yeah, and then you also have De'Aaron Fox, who at this point is a non-shooter, and you have Tyrese Halliburton shooting 30% from 3. So there are some things that are missing here. But if this thing is firing the way that it should fire, if Fox is attacking, Holmes is your pick and roll guy, your setup guy is Halliburton, and your knockdown 3-pointer shooter is Halliburton and Barnes, then I really do think that you can live with Mo Harkless as your starting 4. I'll just point out that Mo Harkless was on the 2018 Western Conference. The Portland Trailblazers went all the way to the Western Conference Finals. He started. Every time you took him off the floor, they just got blown out. And then you put him back on the floor and he stabilized everything. He's a guy that just stuffs a stat sheet in a weird way, and he helps you win games. And like, some people might not believe that, but Davion Mitchell has had some real stinkers offensively as well. But you see how he impacts a game. I think it's because he's out in front of everything. He's the guard that's defending the guard that everyone's watching with the ball. Mo Harkless is doing crazy things off the ball that people just aren't paying attention to, that's making this team better. And, if you give him some time to settle in, I think he'll be all right.
And I'll say this too. If we're going to sit around and worry about Mo Harkless, we've got much bigger issues if you're a Sacramento Kings. If your biggest concern is
don't judge how I spend my weekends, Jason.
I just look at the Kings. I look at the priority, of thing. Like I said, Mo's a know-how guy. And the Kings have not, in the recent years, have had enough guys to just know what to do. You know, if his shot's not falling, he still knows that. That doesn't mean I don't play defense. That doesn't mean I don't communicate. I mean, he's still valuable to what they're doing. And this goes about the roster. If you don't play Mo Harkless, what do? Do you put Marvin Bagley back out there? Do you go with do you start Tristan Thompson? Do you go with 3 guards to start? I don't think Mo Harkless is going to be make or break them this season. I don't think that's going to be, to me, a bigger issue. You know, you got to look at De'Aaron, Tyrese, Buddy. I mean, to me, before I get to the point where I'm going, damn, Mo Harkless is not giving them what they need.
Yeah, and I want to add one thing to what Jason's saying there. We watched Tristan Thompson in the game against Dallas, right? Tristan Thompson was so incredibly good. He was physical. He bullied Willie Cauley-Stein and whoever else they put out there in the post. But you look at the end stats and you're like, man, how did Tristan Thompson only have 5 rebounds? And if you watch the game, the reason why Tristan Thompson had 5 rebounds is because he cleared every single player out of the key and allowed Harrison Barnes to walk in and grab 1 rebound after another. Buddy Hield to grab 1 rebound after another. Yeah. It's not always about the stats. A lot of times it's about the little things that they do that you don't see and you don't really even realize are happening. And like, again, the Kings out rebounded Dallas by a ton. And half the game, they're running 3-guard sets. So the way you do that is by having guys clearing out and screening their man or other people's men and keeping the lane clear so other people can go get their rebounds. So again, it's about the little things that these guys are doing that I think it doesn't even really matter what their stats look like at the end of the game. They're in there and they're not making mistakes. They're not killing you and they're actually helping you defensively.
In the past,
well, I feel judged.
Had guys crying about their stats in that case. You would have had years ago. It would have been like, "Well, I'm out there, but I didn't get my rebound." So a little bit of that's good for this team.
Yeah, Jason, let me ask you this, and James, you can jump in as well on this. But I look at Buddy Hield, and Buddy Hield is just from a macro level, just like decent start to the season. He's been doing all right, but to me, it feels like it's kind of as simple when you talk about whether or not Buddy Hield had a good game about his shot selection. We've talked about it a number of different times, but you go through the game log and it seems like the good games that he has, he's mixing up threes and attacking the basket, or at least mid-range or floaters or whatever the case may be. The bad games are the ones where it's literally, what did he take last night? 13 shots, 12 of them were threes. And that's the formula, it seems like. When he's having a bad game, he's exclusively on the 3-point line. When he's having a good game, he's had a little bit more of a mixture of the two. Is this something that I know they notice it. They notice everything. But is it brought up to the point of like, hey, buddy, get it? Coach Walton and all these other guys, get some twos. Because every time we hear them talk, it's like, we just want Buddy, if he's open, just let it go, launch it. And it's like, I understand that, but it seems like he gets in much more of a flow when, at the very least, he starts off attacking the basket from 2 or mid-range or anything like that. You think it's something that's discussed, or they just kind of say, hey, we just let Buddy do Buddy coming off the bench and hope that he's on that day?
Well, I don't think they let Buddy do Buddy. Buddy does Buddy.
You have said that.
There's a big difference. Trust me, there's things that Buddy does that no one told Buddy to do. Buddy will go out there and Buddy's gonna be Buddy. So there's going to be some good and some bad with that. And trust me, they in terms of the threes, catch and shoot, yes. Buddy holding the ball going ISO, no. Contested threes, no. If you can cut to the basket and get a layup, yes. These are all things that are discussed. What happens on the court doesn't always, you may not believe that sometimes because you'd be like, why would he keep doing that? But that's the reason why you like Buddy in a reserve role, because on those nights when he's like that, you can say, you know what? You're not getting 35 minutes to do that. We can scale it back some. And, last season, they kind of felt like, you know what? No, he's not doing exactly what we want, but you know what? What's our option? We got to leave him out there. And, and the thing about Buddy is if he's on the court, you've got to account for him. Mm-hmm. So he does provide that even on those nights where he's not on, because we've seen him miss a bunch of shots in a row. And then we've seen when he's on, it's a thing of beauty. When he's when he's in rhythm, that thing is the net's not moving. So go back to what your original point was. They definitely discuss all these things with Buddy, but what you discuss with Buddy and what Buddy actually does can be two different things.
You live by the buddy, you die by the buddy. That's what he's saying. Yeah, I mean, it's that simple. When he's on, he's just an extreme weapon. But in each of the last like 3 games down the stretch, he has made egregious errors. He's turned the ball over. We watched it in the Dallas game where, I mean, they were right in it. He turned the ball over and then he tracked the guy down and stole the ball back. And then, again, he was about to get trapped again where he would have turned it over again, but he found Fox, who missed the 3. My concern with Buddy is I think last season they used him in the perfect way possible. He was a low usage player. His usage was around 20%. This season, his usage is up around 27%. That's too much. That means he's dribbling way too much. And then his assists per game got up to like 3.6. Right now, he's at like 1.5. So he's averaging an all-time high in turnovers. He's averaging an all-time low in assists. His usage is way up when you have a whole bunch of guards. And it's not that I think that Buddy is trying to do this. Maybe he is because he wants to be, the star off the bench. But I think he's taking the air out of guys like Terence Davis and even a guy like Tyrese Halliburton, and some nights out of the air out of a guy like Davion Mitchell. He's just like sucking the air out of the room by shooting so much. I don't want to see him shooting 14 3-pointers a game. To me, that unless he's just out there wide open in a corner, then that's fine. I mean, if they're not going to guard him, but that's just not the case. He needs to get back to what made him so good last year, which was finding, Richian Holmes on a couple of pick and rolls, finding some of his teammates here and there. I just think it's a lot of me stuff right now. And I want to see Terence Davis like wake up and get some of the success. When you get 2 shots in a game, that's not going to happen. He's not going to pull out of his funk unless you intentionally focus on him getting out of it. And right now, he's just not going to get that opportunity because Buddy's chucking every time he sees it.
That's 1320 Kings insider James Ham with us, along with Jason Jones of The Athletic here on D-Lo and KC. You brought up Terence Davis. Terence Davis, we've seen his minutes shrink. Is this a product of just missing shots, or is he not doing the other stuff out there on the floor that he needs to do to be an integral part of this team? Is he not doing the Mo Harkless things that you were talking about a few moments ago to stay out on the court? And James, Jason,
it's a combo of both. The shots not falling. They got a lot of guards. So if you're struggling, they've actually got a lot of different options they can look at. And part of it is at this stage, 6 games in, you're still figuring out. They may not have figured out the lineup that Terence fits best with. There's still, part of it is figuring out what Buddy has to do differently. Part of it is figuring out, maybe Terence plays better with Davion than he does with I mean, there's a lot to figure out still, but the way they are now, if Terence is struggling and you still got to get De'Aaron going, Tyrese going, Davion, Buddy, that's 4 guards already. So, and it's not. I mean, the big picture, it's not a bad thing because you've got options. Whereas in the past, you had no options. If a guy was Buddy was in a rut, Buddy was going to be in a rut and sort that rut out in X amount of games. So I think I firmly believe he'll find his spot and he'll get going again. It's just like I said, it's 6 games, and you're mixing and matching. I think there'll be lineups they'll play. Like I said, when you play a Houston Rockets type team, there'll be lineups where you're going to need him more minutes than other nights. So I think I would be surprised if his minutes stayed where they've been recently, just because over the course of 82 games, things are going to change. I don't think he'll struggle all year. Guys are going to go up and down, and I think that's kind of the. I don't make it sound like this team is like the 96 Bulls roster, but the roster has enough depth now to the point where if Terence is struggling, it's not so devastating. You say they're going to lose 10 in a row because one guy is off. And in the past couple of years, one guy is off, it threw everything off.
Yeah, and I think when I look at Terence, when he hits his first shot, he's money. Like he's just, you just let him chuck. He's always reminded me, I've told you guys this, of Bobby Jackson. It doesn't matter if they're good shots or not. If he hits his first shot, then it's on. And he hasn't had that happen yet, where he's hit his first shot and started to build some momentum. And look, if you look at the way this roster is constructed, it was very clear that it was constructed for Buddy and Marvin not to be there. And so Terence would have had a completely different role. He would have had maybe not what you're seeing from Buddy, but he would have had a role like that where he was allowed 12 shots a game and allowed to shoot out of something like this. And, again, I think he can create for others. He's better at going to the rim than Buddy is. He's a very competent NBA player, but we're just seeing this, if he's not on, then it's kind of a train wreck. And so I think that they're pulling the plug on him pretty quick. I mean, I don't even think, did he even show back up in the second half of the last game? I'm not sure.
Yeah, he had like a 3-minute, like a 2-minute stretch in the third quarter. And I was like, well, this will determine if he plays in the fourth quarter or not. And he didn't do anything.
I saw when you tweeted that. Like grand opening, grand closing. He's out.
He missed a couple of shots. I was like, well, we'll try again on Tuesday.
And this Kings team has so much depth as far as scoring depth. We talked about the depth. There's a lot of different types of depth, but this team, they've got a lot of guys that can fill up the basket. And if you're not hitting your shots, then, someone else is going to. And so I think for right now, Buddy is that guy that you've had on your team for, he has a track record with Walton and he trusts him, even if he does make some mistakes down the stretch. And so he's going to have that longer leash to shoot his way out of a slump, or even in a game or he's missed his first 6 threes. You still think number 7, number 8, number 9 are going down because that's who he is. I don't think Terence has that sort of leeway with the coaching staff yet.
In the last 3 games, the defense has been good enough to where you're not going to say we're going to take Buddy out to get Terence out there to help with the defense. Now if they were struggling defensively as well, but this, last season level struggles, you might be able to make the argument that you take Buddy out when he's struggling and go with Terence. But right now, I mean, they're getting enough to where you don't have to maybe go that route just yet.
You heard it here first earlier. Jesse put this in the tweet. Jason Jones, quote, "The Kings are as deep as the 96 Bulls." Unquote.
That's what I heard.
On the tweet.
That's what I heard. That's what I heard.
There's a t-shirt being made.
There it is. I heard that.
I got an NBA question for you too, real quick. And look, this is just my opinion, but you guys are free to agree with it. Luka's unbearable, right? He's terrible to watch. I have no enjoyment watching Luka Doncic play basketball. The wine, and people try to lump him in with Harden. Look, Harden had his own thing going on. I don't remember it being this bad with James Harden. This is nasty. And he can play. He can ball. Don't get it twisted. The man's got skills that has nothing to do with it. But it's not enjoyable to watch him crying all game long.
There was a clip that anytime the Kings played the Houston Rockets, that would resurface by the Rockets fans of me just going at Harden. I think it's the same thing. Like again, like the 2000 Kings, it was beautiful basketball. It was such a joy to watch the ball moving. Watching Steph Curry is like watching like an artist do his thing. It's so amazing to watch. Watching somebody dribble the air out of the basketball is so painful for me to watch that, so that's what they remind me so much of each other. But at the same time, like Harden expects things. Luka just yells and screams the whole game. Like he is unbearable. I'm with you. I don't want to say that like, hey, I mean, the Kings would be better with Luka without any question. I'm not going to be silly and say something like that, but covering him for 82 games would be rough. Like, I mean, you'd win more, so I guess it wouldn't be that rough. But like for me, watching that, Cousins did a lot of that too. But like with Luka, it's almost like a sense of entitlement. Where with DeMarcus, it was like being disrespected, and with Luka, it's like there's this weird sense of entitlement that just is really hard to watch.
What does he sound like, Damian?
Don't touch me. Get this man Davion away from me. That's how I envision Luka.
I won't call Luka unbearable to watch because the actual game action, I enjoy watching him play. I enjoy watching him play. I don't, I don't care about, is he dribbling the ball a lot? Yeah, but I'd rather see him out there dribbling than him giving the ball to Willie Cauley-Stein to dribble. So,
Facts.
I'm fine with watching the way he plays. The way he goes at the officials, he should have about 45 techs. I mean, the leash that he gets is amazing.
We've seen it twice already.
Yeah, and I thought peak Draymond was bad.
He's
way worse.
Yeah.
I remember watching when Cubs was on the team. I watched Draymond yell at the ref from baseline to baseline. DeMarcus said something and got a check just like that. And after the game, he said, "You see that? Draymond was never. I think Luka makes a shot, he wants a foul. He misses a shot, he wants a foul. He misses a free throw, he wants to complain about something. It's just on and on and on. And it's, but that being said, hey, when you win more than you lose, people will tolerate things a little bit differently. But yeah, they got to start at least calling techs on him. Like for every, example, I think whatever a De'Aaron would do to get a tech, Luka's got to do that 5 times to get one. And it's just so blatantly obvious and bad because I've watched him repeatedly just go at the ref and they're like, okay.
Well, we watched it last Sunday with Draymond just yelling.
Oh,
and one possession, he went from the official at the baseline, he ran over to the other official, and then he hit the third official, and he was yelling and screaming at them. And then a couple of minutes later, Richian Holmes said something was demonstrative and got a tech. And I'm like, hang on, Draymond hasn't got anything yet. And then finally, Draymond got one late, but he should have been out of the game at that point. I remember years ago, I was in the locker room and DeMarcus, Jason knows this, DeMarcus would do this. He'd look at you and he'd go like this. And you go over like, hey, what's up? And he goes, hey, did I deserve that tech? And I'm like, look, man, like that play specifically, no, I don't think you deserve the tech. But the previous 5 plays, you yelled and screamed at the officials the whole time. So while you probably didn't deserve it for what happened in that moment, you deserved it for all the other stuff that you were doing. And he goes, okay, that's fair. And so, like, I just don't get it. Like, how these guys get away with that. Like, just stop it. Like, it would be more enjoyable for all of us if it didn't happen. So tee him up early. Like, don't do it again. If you want to be that way, like, shut it down for the whole game because then he's got one tech. He does it one more time and he's out. Like, so, like, that's where I would be if I were the officials. I wouldn't even want to hear it. As much as we have the rules of emphasis, where you can't do unnatural moves. How about that? How about make that a point of emphasis for the start of the NBA season?
And if James
doesn't apply to Luka. If
James is covering the Mavericks, how would Luka call him over in the locker room?
I don't know, probably with Martini, and I would go
James, come hither, James.
I heard what you said about me.
Yeah.
I don't know why Luka sounds like that to me.
Luka on a Hearst Helmsley. That's what
I have no idea. But James, we appreciate you for being with us. As always, you'll be back much more later on this week. Jason, thank you, my brother. We appreciate you for spending time with us. That's Jason Jones.
The Fiend. I like that.
What'd you say? Oh, yeah.
Yeah. You see his Halloween costume? He was the Fiend.
Oh, yeah. He looked good. Yeah.
I've been saving. I was going to go for Bray Wyatt a couple of years ago. Then I couldn't. I grew the beer out and everything. I forgot what I was going to have. Me and my kids be, the Wyatt family.
That's
and
solid.
then I forgot what happened, but yeah, I was going to be Bray. My oldest kid was going to be Braun Strowman, and then the 2 little ones were going to be Luke Harper and Eric Rowan. I had it all planned out, and then it never came together. But I got the Fiend, so
just like WWE, never came together.
Never did. It's a 49ers Monday, brought to you by Gilmore Heating, Air, and Plumbing. You get more with Gilmore. We'll see you here tomorrow at noon on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Holla.
Clear from the radio. Clear from the radio.
Still streaming. Hey, Jay, it's good seeing you.
Yeah,
Like, yeah. It's weird not having you there all the time.
yeah. They're still trying to figure out what I exactly do. So,
yeah,
that's wild. That's so wild. Hey, Jason, you're gonna do something else. Oh yeah, what's that? No, just something else.
yeah, that's pretty much what it's come to. It was like, okay, so what's they were like, yeah, we still want to do some Kings stuff, and then it's like, I go on Twitter. This is Anthony Slater, and I'll be doing some Kings games here. And I'm like, oh.
And I read all of Anthony's tweets about the Kings, like, Kings won today in New Orleans, so it's a good road win by them.
I love how we read things in our own voices, like it's just the most disinterested tone. Kings win.
Kings win. That
the end.
Fans.
That's funny. That's how I read your tweet, though. Kings win. That's how I read your tweet every game. Kings win. Kings lose.
Well, not every game. 30% of the time.
Yeah.
Right.
Whenever
I don't read it that enough.
Some of the fans still swear there's like an inside joke that I'm taking a jab at them for. I'm like, I didn't say anything. God, you guys are weird.
De'Aaron Fox, the 3. Oh, get the Lakers tweet out of here, Jason.
Yeah, it happened yesterday. I tweeted about Luka. Lakers still suck. What the? I'm like,
that's
you guys bring
Jason.
Lakers up, not me. They're not even playing right now. It's like, oh, your Lakers and your Dodgers suck. It's like, this was a Kings Mavs tweet. Where the hell did we get here from?
Oh, man.
And I'm like, Kings fans, I don't want to hear you talk about anyone's team sucking.
We can talk about the Raiders sucking, though, if they suck again.
First place in
Well,
our
I'm just
division.
saying, the Raiders historically in the last 15 years have a worse record than the Kings. So we can talk
the
about
Raiders have seen the postseason in the last 15 years.
kind of postseason-ish.
No, they made the postseason.
Postseason-ish.
They made it. They made it. Derek Carr wasn't there, but they made it.
Connor Cook out there under center. You should make it this year, though.
It's almost as bad as having Jimmy G out there.
Oh no, Connor Cook was terrible. Now I'm on record. I'm saying the Raiders should. I said at the beginning of the season they should make the playoffs. I like what the Raiders.
I wasn't convinced because of who their coach was.
That was a big. I was
like, I said they're going to start off well and collapse because they hate that man, and that man does not. That man does not adjust. I mean, there was that one game where Charles Davis just kept calling out their plays. Henry Ruggs is at the top of that trip set. He's going to run that deep crossing route, and every time he did it, I'm like, John, they all know your plays. Third and 2, toss to Jacobs. We know it's coming. Either that or let me try to stick the fullback up the middle. I'm like, you don't have any creativity, John. Every time they played better is when they went no huddle and Derek called the game. Whenever it was like
defense.
go to this, it was like, okay, we know John's going to bring in his like 1800 formations, the same Shanahan thing. I'm so in love with everything I drew up this week. Let me run everything, even if the stuff I did earlier was working. I still got to go back into page 18 of the playbook because I didn't spend all those hours working on this stuff to use it.
Well, won't see John no more.
There's a certain arrogance to that, isn't there? Like the coaching
Oh,
that you see, just like
100%.
like, and to prevent D thing that the Raiders, like Gruden, just no lead was ever safe. Like there's nothing you can do because he's just going to drop everyone back and then wait for it to happen to his team again and again, and
then blame the coordinator,
and then
and then blame nothing there was ever his fault.
Yeah,
nothing. Like it's like Paul Gunther's not working. Well, who hired Paul Gunther?
Facts. And then we
don't have a pass rush
on his face.
Like we don't have a pass rush because you traded him.
Yeah, because you gave up our pass rusher. I had to cover opening night that season, and it was just like so bad.
It's tough to find good pass rushing in the NFL. Like
we don't have a deep threat. Oh, we traded Amari Cooper. Yeah.
Speaking of
our offensive line is struggling. Yeah, you got rid of Gabe Jackson and Rodney Hudson.
Yeah, that was a bad job. Speaking of a crazy look, that boy Shanahan was looking stressed yesterday when I turned on the game at 10 o'clock. I was like, he looks stressed out. Don't comb his hair no more. Don't shave. Nothing. I'm like, geez, get this man a win so you can get him a razor. So
he knew.
They've made moves that you just look at and I mean, the DeForest Buckner thing still.
That was a fail.
I mean, they can't stop anybody coming up the middle. So, like, how much different would Bosa look or Armstead if they had that guy coming up the middle and causing all that stress? It's just crazy.
Well, the guy isn't Kinlaw hurt still, or
He's out.
He's out for the year
gone.
now.
And he's had injury concerns coming out of college.
Yeah.
They drafted him anyway.
Yeah, that's
okay. I know about bad drafts. Trust me.
Yeah.
I covered many of them. I was at the draft where they tried to convince us that Darius Hayward-Bay was a guy that several teams tried to move the top 10 to take. And that was the only time I ever laughed at a press conference. Like, no one did that. Several teams tried to get up to the top 10 to get Darius Hayward-Bay. It's like, no, he didn't.
No.
But you know what made Darius Hayward-Bay famous with Al and the Raiders? Remember they played Cal that year, that previous season. It's like he had like 4 catches for like 180. It was something, but he just kept running straight by the DBs and getting wide open. And every draft highlight kept showing him against Cal, and it just broke my heart.
That's like Solomon Thomas against UNC in the Sun Bowl. He had like 4 sacks, and that's essentially what got him the number 2 draft.
Solomon's been solid for the Raiders, though. He's been solid for the Raiders.
Yes.
He's been solid. I mean, I don't look at what position he was drafted at. I mean, after the Raiders.
Well, it don't matter to you now.
Yeah. And
it mattered to the 49ers. It doesn't matter to you.
The Raiders didn't draft him second overall.
Right.
I think he's been solid for him. I mean, and plays better than Cleveland Farrell. So, I mean.
Real quick in the chat, RP, this caught my eye. This would be awesome. How's this supposed to happen? Fox, Howley, Reddish, Barnes, and Holmes. Make it happen, Monty? What?
Actually, like Reddish is a guy, like they have a couple of guys there that I like.
I would love Reddish, but how?
Yeah, if you can swing it, but he's pretty raw. Like he has moments, and he couldn't stay healthy either.
I said earlier, he's turning into everything we hoped Ben McLemore would have turned into.
Who Reddish is?
Kind of reminds me of. Yeah, Reddish is playing good this year.
Get on 2K and make it happen.
Yeah, Reddish, but Hunter came back, and then he's not going to play all that much. So they were shopping him around the deadline. I mean, like this summer and at the end of last year. So I wouldn't be totally shocked that he doesn't get out of there. But again, he's so raw.
Here's a Damian Barling favorite. I'd take a flyer on Cam Reddish.
Oh, for goodness sake.
Yeah, I would take a flyer on Cam Reddish.
Where did the term "take a flyer" come from?
I don't know, but everyone thinks it's. I've always had this debate with Kings fans. They'll be like, "Well, why don't you just go get that guy?" I'm like, "Well, you have to give something that they want for that guy." Oh, they're not playing that. They're not playing that guy. And I'm like, well, I know they're not playing that guy, but what do you have to? I mean, a trade has to work for both teams, and I would tell them, okay, if it's not a player, is it a salary dump? Is it draft compensation? What are you giving this team for them to say, you know what? Here's a good young player that we don't play a lot. We'll just give him to Sacramento. It's like, oh, come on, they'll take our guys. It's like, hold up, the same guys you've been trashing. You've been trashing Marvin Bagley, and now you're mad that people don't want to take Marvin Bagley for. Like, Marvin's not good. Well, by the way, how come we can't get LeBron for him? It's like, oh, okay.
Yeah, go get Christian Wood. That's the same thing. What are the Kings giving up for Christian Wood? Stacks of first-round picks.
Poor man's Christian Wood.
I like Christian Wood. Like, I think he would fit in Sacramento, but at the same time, like, what are you giving up for him? And he's more.
And why does Houston want to do that?
Because make the Kings better, just like everybody trades with the Rams to make them better.
Yeah,
because they want to see.
On the bright side, on the bright side, it won't matter in the division for you guys. It won't matter for the Niners. I mean, they're not going to win it. So.
Not tripping. We're just trying to get in the dance. That's all we're trying to do.
I like that. That was so casual and low key. That was funny.
That's all we're trying to do. We're trying to get in the dance. You know what I'm saying? Trying to get.
Well, you might finish third in the division. You might finish third.
Russell
ain't
good
come
enough.
back. You might get you about 12, 14 maybe.
We're just trying to get in the dance. You know what I'm saying? That's what
won't matter if you get in. You probably won't get in, but if you do, it won't matter.
Well, we know it won't matter. Anything positive happening with the Raiders. You win that division, you'll lose the first home game. We all know it's going to end in a calamity because it always does.
Hey, if they win the division, I'll accept the calamity that follows.
There you go.
I will gladly be like, oh, they won the division and made the playoffs for the first time in 5 years. I'll get in and I'll deal with the consequences then, you know. But
Figure it out later. I'm not mad at that. That's how I feel about the Kings.
That's it.
Yeah.
Get in. Figure it out later.
Yeah, everyone's expectations depending on your team are different. You know, Kings get in, throw them a parade. Some other, you know, if Portland barely gets in, there's a fight somewhere.
Somebody getting traded and
Dame it wants out. That's exactly what, like, oh, they're out. Damian Lillard has to go to the Knicks. Like,
that's the other fun one too. Everyone's trying to get there. Like, he must want to go to the Knicks. Why?
Come on, man.
Everyone is trying to send. Yeah,
I'm hating.
All these Twitter trades are always benefiting just the most random places. It's like, okay, all these years now, all of a sudden, every star wants to get traded to the Knicks. I'm like, is Dame
New York is alive.
not with CAA? Why would he want to be a Knick? I mean, come on.
They woke up. You see, they're alive. New York is alive, baby. Let's go.
Yeah, and because Portland just has this dying need to make the Knicks better.
Well, that's how everybody feels about the Rams. But game of the night tonight in the NBA, I'm torn between 3 games. Washington and Atlanta. That's a good one. Chicago at a surprisingly 2-4 Boston team. That's a little surprising.
Tobias is out tonight for Philly. Tobias is out for a while.
Isn't Joel getting some rest too?
Joel, they did an MRI. It came back negative. They didn't see anything long term, but that
got to get Ben Simmons out there. You got to get Ben on the court.
That's the only way you come out there as a Joel.
If you want to win, you got to get Ben on the court. It's quite simple. Get Ben on the court, and then we can spark up more. See, that's why the Kings should trade De'Aaron and everyone for him.
Game of the night might be Toronto versus New York, though.
I wouldn't say that.
I think Scotty Barnes is out of that one. Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah. I think we're just 0-4 in all our games of the night. Just like,
we ain't got no good football game. That's for sure. Nobody want to see that trash. In the Giants,
like the football game? No, I'm watching that intently because Patrick Mahomes and
that's your
Tyreek Hill have been killing me in fantasy, and I need them.
Isn't Mahomes your franchise?
He's my franchise, but they combined for 9 points last week, and I lost again.
Well,
they're that's a guy.
I'll be rooting for the Giants. You know, keep on. Let's keep the. I don't have any faith in the Giants actually winning, but hey, just I was like, good job, Patriots yesterday. You know, that was a good job. You know, way to go, Mac Jones. You know, I'll take everybody in the AFC West losing, no matter how it happens.
Well, the Giants have is it Dan Johnson? Is that his name, the quarterback?
Daniel Jones.
Daniel Jones. Yeah.
Daniel Jones.
He runs around with like a giant head and just gets hit all the time. Like you just wait for him to. Oh, there's a concussion again.
He's the fourth Manning. Yeah.
Yeah, you just like watching. It's like, oh, here it comes. Like,
he got every time. Did you guys see that catch last week? His Odell Beckham catch.
Oh yeah.
He got hands.
Did you see DK yesterday?
No, what did DK do?
Oh, DK had a nasty one yesterday. Or was it yesterday?
It was yesterday.
DK had that one in the corner. The corner of the end zone.
I got that one wrong in the pick'em. I had Jacksonville winning that one.
Yeah, that was silly. You really hate Seattle to make that pick.
I gotta make reaches.
You really hate
Seattle. I'm trying to get back in this thing. I gotta go against the grain.
It's fine. I had Chicago.
Oh man.
Oh.
Yeah, no
that's
good.
A rough one. Rough one too. What you just think that because Nagy?
I needed to make up some ground. I thought, all right, I think more people are gonna go with San Francisco here. Let me get on.
Yeah, you got to take a risk sometimes. I
had to take a couple of risks, and I'm dead. I'm dead. There's no digging out of the hole that I'm in. We're ending the live stream. We love y'all. Thank you as always. We'll see you tomorrow.
New day rocks.